Here we go! What's up, y'all? And welcome to what I believe might actually be the finale of Farewell My Turnabout.
Yeah, I think we can finish it tonight.
I think so, too. I mean, here's the thing. If we didn't, that's okay, because... I'm so happy we have another game ahead of us,
We need to finish it now.
Okay, cool. Well, if you want to finish it now, then we're going to start finishing it right now.
Yes.
I believe this should put us right before that. Yep. How'd I get into this mess? That's far enough! You can't run forever, Mr. Phoenix Wright! Well, what have I done wrong? I cannot allow you to go on like this! Cool background. But I'm just a simple defense attorney. Silence! You are no longer worthy of your title! And then he died.
And then he died.
I've had this dream before, someplace long ago. As if this day was written into my destiny. Today, I'll stand in court as a lawyer to prove a killer innocent. Are we ever in any lobby other than defendant lobby number 3?
Yeah. There are some other courtrooms and stuff in the series.
Hello, this is Phoenix Wright.
You don't look so well, dude. You gonna prove me not guilty today, right?
Do you have to do this, On Guard? Do you have to do this to me, On Guard?
It's so much fun, though. I'm having fun with you. We're having fun. We're friends. We're pals. We know all each other's secrets.
We sure
Can't
do.
say we're not friends.
Yeah, we've really gotten to know each other so well.
I love revealing my funny face scar. If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me. Your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict, too.
Me doing a silly bit after doing first-degree murder. Yep. Ugh.
Me doing a silly bit after doing first-degree murder.
Is that
Now
the
listen
TikTok
up.
lady?
Yeah, I was just doing the TikTok lady. Now listen up. You better get in guard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you, ever.
Maya.
Phoenix.
Mia! I don't know why I'm astonished about this. I mean, I am very happy to see Mia. Maya, how's Maya?
I don't know.
You don't know.
She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday.
Mia, what am I supposed to do?
Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst of times are when you have to force your biggest smiles.
But,
You can't give up. There's still some hope left.
oh, stop it, please. There's nothing left. Not here, not anywhere. Love her smiling like, is that a cursed On Guard again? Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore. I mean it.
You're really mean, pal.
Ah! Oh! Gumshoe! I'm really sorry. Where are you?
Let me join the investigation team, and we're chasing after the killer, pal.
Wonderful! that you have some sort of lead?
Sorry, but right now we got 0 leads on the guy. But we're not gonna give up.
Gumshoe.
Until the trial is over. Until the verdict is handed down. We're gonna do everything we can and find a killer.
That's wonderful. I also think you should keep looking for him after the trial ends, just in case.
I don't know. I think it's okay if there's a hitman out there in the world. It's really
fun.
only important in this situation specifically. If we can get Maya out, then you can get and guard the guilty verdict he deserves, pal.
I don't know why my brain always mixes up Gumshoe with Stinky. Are you talking about Larry Butts?
Yeah, Larry.
God, can you imagine if Larry Butts has a last-minute entry into this game?
He's not in this game, I'm sorry.
I didn't think so. Boy,
I'll tell you a secret. He is in the next game. He does come back in the next game.
Lucky us.
Yeah.
That's true. Could do that if they found Maya first.
You get that? So you gotta do whatever you can to make the trial last longer.
I have to make the trial last longer.
If you go at Mr. Edgeworth with everything you got, then the two of you can draw it out.
Oh. Now I get it.
I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it.
It'd be hilarious if Larry crashed into Killer's car. So I think what would probably happen, Omnicore, is Larry Butts would have, through some streak of not abysmal luck, have something that he liked. Maybe it's a new car or something like that, and he would do like a crappy job parking it, and D-Killer would sideswipe it, and it would be D-Killer's undoing, but it would also completely total Larry Butts' new ride. That's what I think would happen.
That's such a funny scenario. So, believe in us. We're gonna give it all we got, just like you.
Got it! Thanks, Gumshoe.
Hey, Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship.
Yes, that's true.
It's the strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance.
Yeah, also it is very funny that, like, Maya really doesn't get as much direct interaction with a lot of these people, but, everybody likes Maya, too.
Everybody loves Maya.
Yeah, it was so funny, because, like, when Edgeworth figured it out, he's like, oh, shit, yeah, we gotta get her back, like, he didn't shrug that off or anything. He was like, oh, This is a capital P problem. Well, looks like we're coming to the end. Listen, Salt, she is being so supportive. She could just be in total non-existent peacefully, but she has come back to help us and her sister, so she can breast boobily all she wants, okay? She gets to do what she wants. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through. I know it. I know. It doesn't stop being weird to me. Have you looked at my model? Court is now in session for the trial of Matt on God.
I won't say anything about that.
Defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor.
Oh, why are you being zesty this morning? Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. The mystery being, what exactly was Miss Adrian Andrews' role in this murder? Yeah, no, Omnicorn and everybody in chat. You guys do have a point that, I don't think it distracts from it. It doesn't ruin it from me or, like, take me out of the story. But it is... The characters are very silly, which is good and they should be, but it is a very serious moment, like possibly the most serious moment of the story so far. So I see where you're coming from. I'm okay with it, though.
Brave Northern Rockwell democracy guy. I have never looked at your model. Brenda, you're so brave and awesome.
Oh, you meant more because it's the 8-year-old? Yeah, I suppose that's true.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, whatever. That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Mr. Edgeworth, if you would please inform the court of today's proceedings.
Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. Ingard, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape.
So then you're saying she is guilty after all?
I'm not finished, Your Honor. Ms. Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder.
What? I mean, internally, what?
I would like to direct the court's attention to this card.
What is that? Looks like a shell.
It's the calling card of a certain assassin.
Assassin, you say?
Yes, Juan Corrida was killed by a professional assassin. And the person who hired the assassin, his client, so to speak, is Matt Ingard.
Yeah, I bet the audience has a lot to say about that, because this is the first time it's actually come up in court, even though we've discussed it a bunch.
It's true.
What a surprising turn of events!
I would think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor. Everybody is always ordering hits. We all know this.
Also, I cannot see him do the finger point at the forehead and the waggle without thinking of you and the put more salt on your potato crisps.
A little more sodium chloride next time.
It's so good, and I had no idea it was coming. I know what's going on this time, so I know that everything Edgeworth has said is true.
But we still have to hold out as long as we can. At least until Maya's safe and sound.
I wonder how the trial will turn out today. Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth.
They even have a killer for hire app now. Assassin 8, Your Honor. It's disrupting the killer for hire space.
It used to be fantastic. Unfortunately, they've really started to overcharge the end user and really underpay their assassins. Story of the gig economy.
The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand.
Oh, I'm happy that we get Powers back!
Yeah.
More of me throwing my voice in the basement will make it happen.
Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please.
Where did I put him? Let's see. I'm just gonna go. Oh, okay. But that seems. I'm Will Powers. I'm a poor, underpaid action star.
And what is your relation to the defendant?
Well, that's. I guess I'm a sort of a lousy mentor to him in a way. Yeah. Mr. Powers, please, you don't need to put yourself down so much. Oh, sorry. Well, I'm just kind of a nothing sort of guy. Jesus, dude.
He's got his self-esteem problems. On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room.
Yeah, they were having him swear in, and they're like, do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth? And he's like, yes, I'm very sad. I feel incompetent. I don't even like doing the children's exercise show. And they're like, gotta narrow it down, buddy.
Is this correct?
Will Powers needs therapy and also someone to tell him there's an audience for bears.
So
yes
true.
and yes.
So true.
Yes. I didn't know that. But, you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went.
All you need to do is answer what you're asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went to Mr. Ngard's room.
Okay, sure. I like with the switch from his, like, sloppy pose to his serious pose.
Uh-huh.
He's locked in now. Well, after the awards ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in the Nickel Samurai costume. He was talking with someone. First I thought it was the bellboy. Watched the two of them for a while, but I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me. Well, nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Powers' testimony. And talking with the bellboy is no big deal.
If one assumes that the person Mr. Ngard was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy...
What are you implying?
Oh, I should have been more implicating with it. I thought he was leading into another statement.
I've done that a whole bunch where I, like, say something with, like, some closure to it, and then, like...
Yeah. Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we?
There's been a bunch, like, throughout this, there's been a whole bunch of moments where, like, Phoenix just says somebody's name, and I thought, like, it was, like, he was gonna be like, Edgeworth, new line, da-da-da, here's my thoughts, but it'll be like, Edgeworth,
Yeah,
and then Edgeworth starts talking, I'm like, I did the wrong tone. Oh, well.
Looks like we're in another sticky situation.
Huh?
A trap. Can't you smell it, Phoenix? But for us to find out more, we're just going to have to charge in head first, right?
Well, Phoenix is the boy for that. I think I'm sure it wants me to push on about the bellhop conversation, but we'll push on the other bits too, see what's up.
Okay.
Yeah. The defendant's room. Why'd you go there? Well, I'm his mentor. You know, like a big brother, sort of, and I want to say congrats. What's wrong? Why'd you stop? Mr. Wright! What is it? You're gonna try to trick me into a corner, aren't you? Huh? Listen, I know I'm just a poor, underpaid action star, but I'm not the killer. No one said you were, Mr. Powers.
And yet, isn't this what you always do, Phoenix Wright?
No, please don't trick me. Every time you do your lawyer thing, the witness suddenly turns into the bad guy. Every time?
Kinda every time. Witness.
Mr. Powers, this is the point of a cross-examination.
Yeah.
Literally, why we have a cross-examination is so I can find holes in your story.
No, but every time Phoenix cross-examines someone, he starts accusing them of being the murderer. That's just how you do things. He's right to be worried. He's right to be scared. The same reason why Franziska was not insane to tell Adrian to plead the fifth.
Have we accused everybody who was on the stand of possibly being the murderer?
Not everybody, but every
case we did.
Accuse somebody on the stand of it.
I suppose. Did we accuse the puppet of crimes?
I think we might have accused the puppet some things.
See, the thing is, I bet like some part of Powers deep down is like, well, I don't know, maybe it did.
Yeah, absolutely. He's that kind of guy.
You know, maybe I was having an allergy attack and blacked out, and I, was carrying a knife very quickly, and I bumped into Matt Ongarden. Could have happened.
Exactly.
Always feel guilty about it anyway. Like that.
Yeah, I mean that's what kind of guy he is. I will personally talk the defense at a later time.
Oh, they're gonna go to date.
So for now, please kindly cooperate and continue with your testimony.
Sorry. So, you went to the defendant's room, and then... Hey, wait a minute! When and how did I suddenly turn into the bad guy here?
When you started defending a killer, Phoenix!
Yeah, Phoenix, that is the concept of this chapter. Fire and I were just speaking at length what a fun concept this is, but I guess it's less fun for you, isn't it, Phoenix?
It's not that fun for Phoenix!
No. Well, alright, we'll push on this too. Are you sure that was Matt on guard? Yeah, I'm sure. He wasn't wearing the Nickel Samurai mask then. Well, if that's the case, then you really can't be mistaken.
And what was the defendant doing standing in front of his own room? Imagine the defendant standing in front of a room. What was he doing? Disgusting to even think of it. Truly shows what a villain he is. To loiter in a hallway.
That's the word I was searching
to
for.
Be passing.
I think that we should change the law so that jaywalking is when you cross the street and when you cross a hotel room hallway. You should not be in the hallway ever.
Exactly. We need to invent a new law called J standing, where it's illegal for you to just stand still in a place where other people might need to move.
Why even include that last bit? Let's just make it illegal to fucking do anything.
Yeah, it's illegal to stand still now.
At first. What do you mean by that? Well, he was in a bellboyish uniform. He had a bottle of juice on a tray. Well, that sounds like an ordinary bellboy to me. Oh, yeah, but, I didn't think he was a normal bellboy. And why was that? Why did I think that, Mr. Wright?
Do you know what was going through my mind? I'm drawing a complete blank. I don't remember anything. I gotta tell you, Mr. Wright, I'm freaking out on this stand-up here. I don't know if I can handle this. I'm not cut out for this kind of shit.
Was Powers? Well, no, Powers was the defendant, and generally, in his case,
he was the defendant. He wasn't on the stand ever.
Yeah, we generally never. Actually, you know what? That's kind of a funny thing that this game does, which
they don't usually have the defendant on the stand. They do sometimes, but it's not that common.
Yeah, which is funny because I would speculate. I don't know for sure. I would speculate that in every real life murder trial, the person accused of murder is on the stand at some point.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the issue is that I don't know. I guess part of it is that they usually have Gumshoe do what like the defendant would be doing, but also like I think it just kind of goes against what they want to do in the stories, right?
Yeah, and like the mechanics of like Phoenix pulling somebody apart. Like generally, you don't want Phoenix to pull somebody apart when you're defending them because.
Yeah.
Sorry, I can't remember right now. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to wait patiently on this one. Alright, I guess we'll push here. You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant, together, correct? Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats. Now, while you were watching the two of them, do you notice anything strange? You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip.
Sounds normal to me.
Not for Matt, I bet that.
Yeah, okay, you're right. Matt definitely doesn't tip.
Matt is the kind of guy that when the barista spins the little iPad around, he goes manual entry for tip, $0, 0 cents, and then spins it around and makes them press enter.
Yeah.
The tip? That's a perfectly normal thing to do. So, how long did you watch the two of them? Not more than like a minute or two, I think. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me.
Who are these so-called guests? Let's get them on the stand.
Yeah! Who were you fraternizing with, Powers? What lowlifes were you creeping around the facility with? You guys, of course. You and Maya and Lil Pearl. Sorry that some surfer is creeping on him. I'm trying,
okay.
I keep, throwing my voice way down here, and I'm trying to, distinguish him from the judge, because, he's a little bit surfer, and the judge is a little bit fancier. It's kind of, we're getting there.
It's fine. You're doing okay?
Cool. That'd be really rude, since I invited you guys, if I disappeared on you. So I went back to my seat pretty soon after I saw Matt in the hallway. It's like squeezing water from a stone. I wonder what other liquids are in stones. It's probably pointless to press further.
Do you remember this incident? Did Mr. Powers leave his seat that night?
Did Mr. Powers leave his seat that night? I think he stepped away. I think he did step away, yeah. I think he stepped away. Certainly I remember the bellboy, who's of course,
We did see the bellboy ourselves, yeah.
Yeah, he came up and told Maya she had a phone call. I don't remember that happening at all. Okay, so the answer is maybe he didn't step away. Maya was making such a racket in her hyper state.
She was in her hyper state. She had all 14 Chaos Emeralds.
Yeah.
She was flying around in glowing rainbow colors, destroying everything she touched.
I ended up focusing on her mostly. I mean, it was really dramatic. She was shooting energy spheres everywhere.
I see. In any case, from his story, he probably wasn't gone for very long.
Have we pressed on everything? Let's see, we pressed on this. We pressed on this. We pressed on this.
So this is a weird one.
We pressed on this. And we pressed on this.
This is a weird one, Gloop.
I believe it.
This is, Ace. I'm trying to figure out how to hint this without, just telling you. I don't know. I'm sorry.
That's good. I mean, here's the thing. I'm gonna look and see if there's anything in here that, his face. Oh no! His face is a bit intimidating, so he's got hard luck in showbiz. I never read that was in there.
Yeah.
Alright, so I believe you that it's a weird one, but I'm still gonna treat these, the way you typically do of, of course, find an inconsistency. So let's narrow the focus here. What pieces of evidence do I have that talk about the events of the night? I mean, a lot of them, but...
Really, anything that's related to what he's saying, though.
Really?
Oh, look, he's here.
He is in here now. Did we get a description of the bellboy or anything like that? Could we bring up Mr. John Doe here? Let's see.
Not really, no.
Not really.
We
no.
don't know.
Alright,
You do not need to present anything at this time. That is my nudge to you.
Really?
Yeah.
Alright, so if I'm not presenting anything and I've pushed on everything, have I pushed on everything?
This is a weird one, like I said.
Let me see if I can get Maya's hint to pop up again. Mia's hint, sorry, I misspoke. Because usually she's pretty decent, whoever my courtroom buddy is. Usually she's pretty decent at giving me a kick more in the right direction. So let me listen closely and see what she had to say and see if that kind of is a better push. Alright. It's like squeezing water from a stone. It's probably pointless to press further. Okay, so it is telling me, yeah, pressing further is pointless.
Do you remember this incident?
Did Mr. Powers leave his seat that night? Phoenix does not remember that happening at all. I don't know if that means... I don't know if that means I don't know, or if that means he didn't. Huh.
Yeah.
Maya, yeah, he's talking about the fact that he's paying a ton of attention to Maya.
This is really an odd one. You're gonna have to do something that is not maybe logically clear to you.
Let's see. In any case, from his story, he probably wasn't gone for very long. Maybe instead of bringing up a piece of evidence, do we want to bring up the butler to talk about him? Let's see. Matt was standing in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone. This is the most interesting statement in the whole thing, as at first I thought it was the bellboy.
Yes.
I think here... You know what? This may be a spot here, because if it's like, do you remember this guy's face? Do we want to show him John Doe? So actually, here's the thing. I just noticed in the corner, I'm not getting a red light. I can just show him stuff. I can just do things.
I don't think that's how that works.
Okay, so if I pop up John Doe...
I think you will still lose points.
Okay, so I probably don't actually want to show him John Doe here. Maybe I do. You know what? I will go for it and see what happens.
Okay.
Okay, nope, we're in trouble. Oh well. Yep, nope, we got in trouble. All right. Huh.
Did get in trouble. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I mean, we're here to experiment. We're here to learn. I don't think that one we points to the judge. Huh! So if pressing further isn't what I want to do, I'm trying to think. Do I have any?
I think that is misleading.
What's misleading? Which bit's misleading?
When Phoenix says that you're not going to get anything from pressing further.
At first, what do you mean by that? I didn't think he was a normal bellboy. And why was that? Is this the tip conversation again? Why did I think that, Mr. Wright?
Yeah,
we've had this
so
conversation
this is what
before.
it was before. You have to press these non-linearly. You have to learn about the tip and then go back to this statement to press, and then Phoenix will think about that.
That is not obvious.
Yeah, that's what I said. It doesn't necessarily logically make sense to do.
Hey, wait a second. Actually, Mr. Powers, only a few minutes ago, you stated... We're flashing back to 2 seconds ago. You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip.
It's kind of a ribbons trick, I guess.
Yeah. Could it be that you felt something strange about the tip-giving incident itself? Yeah, that's it. Wow, you really know your job. Mr. Edgeworth, can you explain this?
Yes, Your Honor.
This bellboy, he wasn't an ordinary one, was he?
Perhaps we should let the witness tell us.
Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony. You mean about the bellboy, right? Alright, well now we're gonna press on this like we always do. So he gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that? Well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was, because the tip really shocked me. How much it was. Oh, that's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy's putting the tip he got in his pocket, and that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face.
And I'm sure he was normal.
I'm sure he was normal. It was really shocking. Huh. I'm afraid I don't follow at all. Sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. Wonder which of his shocking moments I should ask about. I want to push on both. I'm gonna do the tip first, and then I'm gonna go to the bellboy's face because that's probably gonna lead into, is it this guy? The defendant's a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips, wouldn't you agree? Sure. But giving him that much was a little too much, I think. A little too much.
Would you please clarify for the court about how much you would say the defendant gave to the bellboy?
Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess. Powers, you are giving me nothing, dude. And why is that?
He's got nothing.
Because he gave the bellboy a really fat roll of cash. A roll of cash? Look at the way he's posed up there. He's like, I'm sorry. Just. Well, how interesting. That certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it?
A very fat roll of cash. That can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor.
Judge is beginning to look awfully suspicious of us.
What do you think is your role here
I think
as the defense attorney of a guilty person?
I'm gonna raise an objection because, I'm a defense attorney. I'm gonna raise an objection.
All right.
The defendant is a superstar. That kind of tip is typical fare for people like him.
Are you saying that all superstars are super spenders? If I could receive large rolls of cash by simply bringing people things on trays,
Well, there's a market for it.
then why on earth would I stand around here prosecuting other than my intense personal issues?
He's got a point. I don't even get paid, let alone rolls of cash from my hard work. How the hell does he make money?
I mean, I think he does get paid some times. Certainly, I don't think Maya pays him whenever he
No.
defends Maya. Right? I'm sure... Okay, hang on. Let's take a break for a moment, and let's examine Phoenix's previous clients and who we think would have paid him. Okay, Larry Butts.
Did not pay him.
Yeah, Maya Fey did not pay him, as covered. Will! What about Will?
Which case was that?
The third case, the first game.
What did Will do again?
He was accused of stabbing his co-star with a spear, and
Oh yeah, that was this case with Will. Will paid him. Yeah, that was Will. That was right. That was right. That was the previous samurai case. Yeah, Will paid him. I mean, Will was
definitely paid him. Edgeworth? Edgeworth must have paid him, right?
Edgeworth has
money. He has integrity.
I think Edgeworth would be beside himself if he didn't pay him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Maggie? Maggie probably, right?
Maggie probably paid him, or there's some policy or something, I bet some weird corruption where, like, the police unit or something paid out. Like, I'm gonna assume he was paid. Like, I'm sure he didn't work for them for free, but, like, yeah, that was, like...
Yeah. Maya again. Maya didn't pay him.
No. Nope.
I'm sure Max paid him, right? The magician?
Yeah, the magician had to have paid him. I mean,
yeah.
Also, we know for a fact that the magician was making a fuck ton of money. It was a core plot piece that the magician
it was exactly,
loaded, yeah. That he was getting paid huge fat. There's cat hair all over me. How did that happen?
I'm sorry.
I held her. Yeah, and then that brings us to here where this is a hostage situation. Definitely not.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think Phoenix is getting paid.
I don't think so either. I think that in a hypothetical world, where we did get a not guilty for Mad on Guard, I feel like he would pay Phoenix, but he would pay Phoenix the smallest amount possible that he could, so that way it doesn't look like Phoenix was working pro bono for no reason and like was creating suspicion. But he would pay him as little as possible, and he would also tell him, like, you know,
there's nothing you can do about that. You can't argue against that, you know? Like,
yep.
Yeah.
I think he would be like, listen, I still know where you live. I still know where Maya lives. Don't be a little fucker. You get the fuck out of here and don't you dare go to the cops about any of it.
Yeah.
Anyway, so supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it?
Payment, Your Honor. That's the same thing as a tip, basically.
Payment? Isn't that the same thing as a tip?
Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Mr. Juan Corrida.
Then... Why are we getting some echo on me? Sorry.
Yeah, did you get really close to your microphone suddenly?
I don't think so. I'm the same length from the microphone that I've been.
You suddenly became incredibly loud.
I am looking at my... Well, maybe something changed in Discord or something, because I'm looking at my levels.
Down.
Yeah, I'm looking at my levels in OBS, and they're consistent in OBS, so I don't know what's up with that.
I don't know. You just suddenly became extremely loud on my end. Okay, Discord's being weird, I guess.
Yep. Oh well. Yeah. I was supposed to. Yeah. That's so weird. I'm sorry.
Just got really loud again. What the hell? I don't know. Whatever. It's fine.
Okay. Cool. Then the bellboy. The witness saw.
Yes, he was the assassin.
Hold your horses now, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't have any proof of this. Suddenly we care about this. Do you?
Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor?
You know, he may have had a change of heart, but he's still absolutely Edgeworth.
I have here the card Shelley the Killer left at the scene of the crime.
Shelly the Killer.
He is the person the police's special investigations team has been chasing for ages.
Your Honor, I've updated my autobiography.
Uh-huh? I am certain that the person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelly the Killer.
Really? What's wrong, Mr. Powers? No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head, and I think I just figured something out. Oh? Actually, yeah, I saw the bellboy again later on in the night. Put a little too much surfer in him, sorry. What?
It's okay.
Yeah, Phoenix, you saw him too. He came up to you guys.
You were like... I'm sure this is Discord. Your audio is like swerving up and down for me. It's very bizarre.
That is really insane. I promise you, I'm not touching anything. Bean isn't on any buttons.
It's okay.
Chat is.
It's okay.
Yeah, let me know if my voice is going up or down for you
it's
guys.
fine.
Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw. Oh, you're sir right away. Yeah, voice is normal on stream. Huh, oh well. The second time. Here we go.
Okay, you just became incredibly loud again.
Do you want to like quit out of Discord and come back in? Do you want us to like end the call
maybe
and come
I
back
will.
in?
One
Yeah, let's
sec.
do that.
1 sec.
I can also quit and come back in case it's something caused by my end too. I'll
tell her that when I come back in. Oh! Or we can do this too. We'll continue in just a second. I'm sure she's rebooting. What if I did this? Wait, I wonder what my gruff voice sounds like with the tiny voice filter. This time I was in the hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. Because I'm a big boy who's got tinkle. There's a third bathroom at the hotel. Men, women, and gnarly. I use the gnarly room. Is chat lagging? That seemed pretty quick, huh? Wow, we're having lots of technological bumpies tonight.
Oh, I won't get sick of that noise. Hi!
Hi! Just gave me a bunch of Discord updates, so maybe, I don't know, that'll help. I don't know.
I hope so. Okay, I'm talking really quick. You're not bouncing up and down anymore, and I don't hear feedback on my end, so that's probably a good sign.
I was bouncing up and down?
Yeah, when I was coming through super loud for you, you were bouncing up and down because it was picking up the feedback.
Okay, yeah, gotcha.
Yeah. All right, well, it seems to be cooperating. Let's see. Oh, this time I was in the hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. Ooh, and that's when I saw the bellboy. That's when the bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I mean Wonkarita's room. Now that I think about it, that bellboy did seem kind of out of place. Yeah!
It is completely insane that Will just witnessed the moment right after the assassination. And also he's fine.
Yeah, so he had to be the assassin, I'm sure of it. Yeah, how did the fucking assassin not notice your ass when he was coming out of the room? Like, I mean...
Thank you
there's
very
nothing
much.
after
That
that.
is all we need for now.
Huh? But I'm not done. There's still more.
Let us first establish that the bellboy truly was Mr. the Killer. Then we shall see.
So the bellboy came out of the victim's room. I don't know that, I don't know the story of the Hitman games. I don't know that Agent 47 would ever be on trial. My sort of assumption was that since he's a professional, if it ever looked like he was going to be on trial, my assumption was he would kind of just kill himself. Like, the man kills, and if he gets caught, he, cyanides pills or something. Like,
Wow.
because Hasn't he killed a lot of people? And if they ever got him to start singing like a canary, he could like knock criminal empires over. My assumption would be that if he got caught, either he'd have to take his own life or the entire underground criminal syndicate would want him dead. Maybe I should play the Hitman games.
Maybe?
Yeah. That bellboy really was the assassin. Oh, there'd be testimony full of that ball guy was weird. Anyway, back to the case. Yeah, I bet there would be, because it seems like that's what happens in this game. It's like, that man is bald and has a tattoo on the back of his head, and you're just like, whoop!
It's not. It's like a freaking barcode.
Yeah, it's pretty blatant. And I think the answer is fairly obvious.
That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain and make us laugh.
Ha 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 ha. How tall would you say they usually draw Phoenix? Is he like... do they draw these boys like 9, 10 heads tall? Like, these boys are like depicted as big lads.
Yeah, that's kind of true.
I mean, it's not a bad thing. I
Like,
think it's a good art style, but they really make these some beefy boys.
they seem pretty tall. Yeah. This is no laughing matter. I don't know why I said matter like I was Francisca.
You get Francisca a little bit as a treat. We've barely seen her.
I know, she's still in the hospital.
Well, let's
Phoenix is
ask.
5'9". Yeah, I believe that.
Is that pretty tall by Japanese standards?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. And what time was it? I don't remember. Ward ceremony ended at like 8 p.m., right? And I went to Matt's room pretty soon after that, and then I came back, and then I went to the bathroom. So I guess it was maybe like 8:10 around that time? You're not one for details, are you, Mr. Powers? Edgeworth is taller?
Yeah, why wouldn't he be?
You're right, I'm sorry, this is set in America. These fucking manlets. Thing is, neither Phoenix nor Edgeworth strikes me as the kind of guy, who would be like 5'11" and be like, I'm 6 foot, I'm 6 foot, I'm 6 foot. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm like clearly over 6 foot. I've thought about starting to do the opposite because I'm clearly over 6 feet. When anybody asks, I'm gonna be like, yeah, I'm like 5'7", 5'8", just to see if any boys who lie about their height get nervous.
This is upsetting to me personally because I am 5'7".
Well, yeah, but like you're not like one of the boys who's like, yeah, I'm so tall and big. Like that's
Well, no, of course not.
Yeah,
no,
of course
why
not.
would I be that?
No, you wouldn't. We're hurting the feelings of cis boys, so it's good.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, I thought I could maybe catch Matt and say my congrats. 5'7" gang, rise up on each other's shoulders so that you're same height as Gloop. And that's what. Oh wait, no, we've seen this before.
No.
The thing is, insecure boys are also too insecure to wear platforms.
That's true.
Are you sure it was the same bellboy? Yeah. And how could you tell? All the bellboys wear the same uniform after all. Oh, but you see, he had the stitches in his face. So, I'm sure it's the same guy as when I was talking about Matt.
That makes sense. He's a little old man.
Yeah, I was about to say, people get shorter as they get older. That's the thing is, he's 5'7" in this game, but he's like 4'2" by the 5th game.
So, which room did the bellboy come out of?
This being separate is weird, so let's push on it. The victim's room, huh? Yeah, the one with all the really pretty flowers and teddy bears. It's Juan's room, alright. Words cannot describe how screwed I am. Also, the fact that he just said words cannot describe how screwed I am, that's interesting because that kind of implies he's still in like the mental case of like, are you trying to get a not guilty or are you trying to figure out the truth? Because it was like, the strategy Gumshoe said was delay. The strategy Maya said was, put this man in fucking prison, please.
Yeah.
This is funny.
Let's continue with the testimony, shall we?
Well, now I think about it, that bellboy did seem kind of out of place. So what exactly was so out of place about him?
Right. Why the insipid grin?
Because I'm getting... Because this is leading up to the description of Shelly the Killer. Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's gonna say next? Well, the bellboy was empty-handed. Empty-handed? The bellboy is one of the room service people, right? But he wasn't pushing a cart, he wasn't holding a tray, nothing. You call that like a little strange too, wouldn't you? I agree it is a bit strange, Mr. Powers. But is it really all that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed?
Time to pull a fast one. It's time to fucking lie. Hooray! Now's the time to be the shitty scumbag attorney.
I mean, here's the other thing. We should try to pull a fast one because assuming Gumshoe is, doing what he's doing out there, we want this to go on as long as possible. Let's pull a fast one. There's nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy. Well, but there really, really is. There really, really isn't.
If you two are done being school children...
Honestly, you two are being so dramatic right now. It is uncouth for someone to be dramatic in the courtroom. Slipping Nick is here to save Maya. I'm sorry, I just read that.
Bellboys offer room service. There is no reason for them to be empty-handed ever. Your Honor, I ask that the witness's previous statement be supplanted with this new one.
Ugh. Edgeworth. Are you going to do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious? I see. Very well. This court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Mr. Powers, if you could amend your testimony, please. Yes, sir. Thought it was kind of strange for a bellboy to come out of the guest room empty-handed. Okay, that is the new bit. Yeah, that is the new bit.
That's the new bit.
Alright, well, let's push on the new bit. So you're saying it's suspicious for him to be empty-handed. Boy, we're spinning around about this one. Yeah, really, really suspicious. I mean, when I first saw the bellboy, he was holding a tray in his hand, and there was a bottle of juice and a wine glass on it. Juice. What kind of juice was it? I'm pretty sure it was tomato juice.
If we could come up with some sort of reason as to why he would come out empty-handed, some sort of proof, then I think we can dodge the bullet on this one for now. Gasp.
Yeah, I think I can. Yeah, I think we got this one. Proof, huh? Sounds like another job. Why are they, like, pushing me into it right here. It's kind of funny that, like, the previous, like, conversation had that really awkward, not obvious moment, and now they're hinting at me to do this.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Maybe some play. Maybe somebody struggled with it because this bit doesn't mention the juice, but when you dive in a little bit more, it does. So
Maybe, yeah, I don't know.
It's not that weird. I just thought it was silly. Mr. Powers. Yes? You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that the bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true. But isn't he really suspicious? He's got all those stitches and... Wow, you're being ableist, Mr. Powers? So, a baseball has stitches. Cool comeback. He's saying all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches? This is a much funnier answer than being ableist.
It really is.
Well, there's also, I mean, what about him being empty-handed? I'd like to ask the court to please take a look here. This is the crime scene. There is a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Kurita's body. The liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. And now, if you would look at what's on top of the table in the lower right corner here. Well, anyone can clearly see that it's a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Kurita's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left. But that would mean that the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room. But can you prove that Mr. Kurita was already dead at that time? Can you, Judge? Can you prove this? This is definitely on you to prove, buddy.
No way to prove it.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes?
I blame you for leading me down this route. The judge's own HP bar has gone down.
Uh-huh.
Oh, can you imagine if that was a mechanic through some insane level?
The judge himself has lost credibility. It's just the judge acts stupid too many times, and the case gets thrown out, and we had to get a new judge.
Yep. Imagine if you can do it on purpose. If you could undermine the prosecution too.
Yeah, God. I'm terribly sorry.
What is with him? Why is he laughing?
Witness, isn't there one more thing you would like to share with us?
Is there?
The bellboy was empty-handed, or should I say empty-handed.
The fuck does that mean?
I recall you had something interesting to say about his hands.
Oh yeah, almost forgot. Huh? What? The bellboy. He's wearing gloves.
Gasp!
Gloves? Yeah, pitch black leather ones. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right? Black leather gloves. Why didn't you mention them earlier? The judge is at least 57 years old. He looks older than 57. But you know what?
Much older than 57, yes.
I also think the baldness, I also think that, like, being bald and having a big beard might do it. Like, I wonder if, like, I'm gonna look at him again when he comes back up. I wonder if it was, like, patchy up top and he was like, you know what? I'm just gonna go full bald.
I don't know. Also, I'm really sorry, Gloop. I gotta go to the bathroom. You can handle the voices for a bit, right?
Yeah, no, I can, yeah.
I'll be right back.
Sorry, it slipped my mind. Ugh, boy, does this make the bellboy look really suspicious. Alright, I gotta focus. I can't get lax here. So, what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves. Oh, come on, Mr. Wright. The bellboy is wearing black leather ones. So, a football's made of leather. Love that we're going down this angle again. Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they're made of leather? This is some all-time bullshitting. But that man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant. Also, okay, no, this judge is old as shit. This judge is old as shit. Also, I think some of the other things that make him look old, the bushy eyebrows make him old. You know what? It's funny. It's funny. This whole time, in my head, the robe that the judge is wearing, what does a judge's robe look like in the US? Because in my head, it's like a gown with like nothing at all in the front. This kind of folds like, not kimono. That's the, there's probably words other than kimono, but it definitely folds kind of kimono style. I don't know what you call it properly. But he has the tie underneath. It's actually a very snappy look. And then was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I don't think that even someone like myself can believe this is just another bellboy. Ugh. Seems we have finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony. The rest? Oh, yes. Please tell us more. Okay. Boy, I have to do like 5 boys here. Got it. After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door, just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room. Then the old guy just left without even going into the room. The old guy, is he? I guess he's old. After that, I went to the bathroom, went back to my seat. Ah! So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, went next to the defendant's room. Yeah, I kind of saw that by accident. Some accident? I'd say you saw too much. And all of it was suspicious to high heaven. I think it's safe to say we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. But who is normal? My splendid grandson has a t-shirt that says normal's a setting on the dryer. I love him. He has too many piercings. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor. Oh, actually, no, I wanted to push on this. Let's see, yeah, after leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door, just like that. Yeah, I want to talk about this. Is that what you saw while you were busy spying? Excuse me? I may be a poor, underpaid action star, cannot tell you how underpaid I am. But even I wouldn't stoop to spying. Well, I think the point is, where did you watch all this from, Mr. Powers? Oh, from the door of the bathroom with my left eye, sort of sneaky spy like. I knew he was spying! Okay, that answers. So that answers the question of, that Firemtn brought up earlier of, how did we not notice this guy? The answer is, we didn't notice this guy because he was hiding. Hello! Welcome, 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 welcome! What's poppin', y'all? How y'all doing? Wait, I wasn't following you? I know who you are. I wasn't following you. What's wrong with me? Oh, you guys did GeoGuessr? That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Anyway, what's up, y'all? I'm Gloop. My friend Fire's here also, though she stood up for a sec. She'll be back in a moment.
Yeah, hi, what's up?
Oh, you're back. Cool. We just got
Yeah,
ready a second ago and I was introducing myself.
Yeah, I noticed.
Cool. I wanted to. They started charging for GeoGuessr, which sucks.
Yeah.
I knew he was spying. Okay, Fire, I think you just sat back down. The answer of how did no one notice Powers, he was spying on purpose. He was in the bathroom with the door barely cracked.
I see, yes. Yeah. Please, does it really matter if he was doing it over or underhandedly? What did the bellboy do next? That's all I care to know.
I said hold it. Why are you Phoenix? What? I said hold it.
He said hold it.
Okay. That's better.
He's drawn it out.
He really is. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details. Oh, okay. I should probably ask him only one question at a time. Let's ask about the something, because I feel like if we ask about the person inside, he's gonna be like, yeah, I was totally mad, and then we're gonna be fucked, but...
Yeah, true.
I don't know that he's chilled. He's lovable, but he really seems easy to stress out. He gave something to this person. He's not acing this attorneying. I mean, he has a hostage situation going on, like, outside of the courtroom right now. So it's not really his, like, ideal situation, but homeboy's in the trenches, yeah. And what was this something? If I remembered what it was, I wouldn't be calling it a something, would I? But this implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure? You really can't remember, Mr. Powers. I think it was something kind of small.
This is an incredibly crucial piece of information. Please try to remember what it was.
I'll try.
In the meantime, let's talk of another point. Namely, what the bellboy did next.
Edgeworth, it's my cross-examination. I'll make him talk about what I want to, dude. Oh, so after he gave the person inside the room the thing, then the old guy just left without even going into the room. I guess we'll push on this one. Although we had branches on that previous item, so we might have to go back to it in a second. Where did this bellboy go after he left Mr. On Guard's room? Well, he opened the door to Viola Hall, went in there, and who knows after that, right? I do. Did you see anything strange, suspicious, or just out of the ordinary at that time? Oh yeah, I saw that one thing. I love this guy. What? He saw something else? There's this jittery alien with a ray gun. Oh, old bag time.
We saw old bag.
Just watching Juan's door like some kind of stalker. I think we can forget about the alien. See, the worst part is he's right. The worst part is he's right, and the thing about the alien is you like her a lot better with the costume and fishbowl on.
Uh-huh.
Well, Mr. Powers' testimony just now was as vague as his first.
It's a little troublesome, isn't it? But I'm sure if you press him enough, everything will become clearer. Although, that just makes it harder on us, doesn't it?
Talk about a lose-lose situation. Let's see, which one? I think I pushed on all of them.
This
Yeah,
one had
this
the branching path.
Yeah, this one had the branch. I like that we get to do that. This I said hold it thing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. All right, here we go. So we asked about the something. Let's ask about the person inside. So who took this something that the bellboy handed off? Actually, I don't know. What do you mean? I'm sorry. I only saw the person's arm. Only an arm. Then you're saying you didn't see the person's face. Yeah.
I would like to summarize the testimony up to this point, if you don't mind.
Yeah, you can fit it in a tweet if you're talking just the actual details.
When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was the person's arm.
Was it a girly arm or a boyish arm? Yeah, it was just like that. Mr. Edgeworth, is all this really that important?
Of course, Your Honor. I think this is of the utmost importance.
I like that he says utmost.
This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client.
Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off. Well, let's see. I think it was... No. If you remember, please add it to your testimony. Yes, sir.
Hey!
If I saw it again, I could say for sure, but I think it was some sort of wooden statue.
Have we seen anything wooden?
We have a wooden bear. And actually, this makes total sense because the room was full of bears.
It was full of bears, yeah. And
By the way, for anyone who came in off the raid,
this in Matt's house.
For anyone who came in off the raid, I just want you guys, if you haven't been following this case so far, to take a moment and look at how wonderful this bear is. His lovely fur, his gentle smile. Great bear.
It's a pretty good bear.
Yeah.
I like this bear too.
Yeah, this bear's good too. I will say, sometimes some of the art in the HD version of this game can be a little off, but they were clearly on their A game when it came to bears.
Yeah, the bears are great. What was the point of that pregnant pause?
Where did that objection come from? Well, speak up. Ursa Attorney, friendo, that's so good. Holy shit.
Wow.
It was me, Your Honor.
What is it, Phoenix?
I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen once I show this. Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, please spit it out! Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix, deep breath. Mr. Powers. The something you saw, was it this item? Very, very fun theme song here. This is kind of the oh shit, we're in trouble tune.
Yeah, this is like the Matt and Guard theme, I guess.
Oh, I guess it did play before.
Yeah, it's just called Investigation Court 2002.
Oh, hey, that's it! That's the something! Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out!
I recall we found this at Matt and Guard's mansion.
At the defendant's house! What does this mean?
It's simple, Your Honor. Shelley the Killer assassinated one Karita in his room, and then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime.
Then the bear being found at Mr. Onguard's mansion would mean...
It goes without saying, Your Honor. Mr. Mattengard is the killer's client.
Hey, that makes a lot of sense to me. This guy seems like he's fucked up. I don't know about
there
this
really
one.
is no gray area on this one. Fuck this guy.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I think we should probably
I said
entertain this.
order! Thank you. Mr. Wright! This is a most unfortunate turn of events for you. Yeah. Sorry, Mia.
No, it's alright. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. If not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have.
I almost forgot that he knew about it too. I think it is clear that there is no need for us to continue this trial. I can't let this happen. I have to do something. There has to be something we've overlooked. Your Honor, a minute, please. Yes, Mr. Wright. There are still a few points left that we have not fully explored.
What are you trying to pull?
Oh, well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further?
Well... What could we possibly turn into something that's not really so clear?
Yeah, we still don't know who received the bear. Like, that was still an open, we never answered that one, so that's really the only, that's the only thing here that, like...
We know who received the bear, Gloop.
I know it's Matt, but, like, we can... The thing is, like... It's not Power's testimony.
In court, we can probably try to wiggle around and say, like, well, we don't know, I guess. But we do know who received the bear. I'm just saying.
I do want to talk about the bear itself now that it's come up. Because the fact that it has cuts on it is weird. What the hell is going on there? They bothered to give us that information.
I'm shrugging right now. Shrugging.
Yeah, Monty, I mean, the thing is, like, I bet if we bring up the person who received the bear, like, it is... Technically, we don't know, but it's like, come the fuck on. So I don't think that we would get a lot of ground there. I don't think Power's testimony in and of itself is questionable. I mean, getting details out of the boy is fucking insane. Let's talk about the bear itself. I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable. I'm about to get nailed. The bear, Mr. Wright. This was found at Mr. Enguarde's mansion. However, Mr. Enguarde was arrested at the hotel that night. Oh, wait, this is weird.
It is a little weird, actually, yeah.
Which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home. Oh. I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It's not possible that it was Mr. Enguarde who took this bear to his mansion. That is weird. I did overlook that. What? That's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There was no way time-wise for the defendant to have taken this bear home. Whew. Disaster averted. Uh-oh.
You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright.
Huh?
I remember it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Enguarde's mansion. We have this area completely surrounded. There is no way for him to escape.
Can't believe it. That butler. All this time, he was the killer.
The killer and Enguarde were working together, so to speak. And the killer was hiding at Enguarde Mansion as its butler.
bold move. A little dumb. But,
It does seem like an incredibly risky move that the killer was hiding out at Matt's mansion.
Yeah. It
You
also...
know, Matt's been very, very worried about his reputation from all of this situation. I'm starting to wonder if maybe the killer should also be worried about his own reputation.
I think maybe he should too. Yeah, so one of the other things that was... I forget if you pointed this out off stream or not, so I'll bring it back up. Matt on guard asked us to go to his mansion to feed the cat.
Yes.
Why?
I genuinely think that Matt did not know that the killer was going to be at his mansion posing as a butler.
Yeah, I don't think he knew that, no.
The bear figurine was brought back to Engard Mansion by the killer himself.
I mean, to come back to what Monty said, this is a video game that we ultimately do expect, you know.
We do have to solve it, Monty.
Yeah, we do have to create enough evidence to solve it, so...
The point of writing a story like this is that it is solvable, so
yeah,
evidence
that it's
does
fun
have
to
to be
solve,
generated.
Yeah.
When it looked like he was about to be arrested, and God had him do so.
Whoops, I dropped my monster evidence for my magnum guilt. I'm really enjoying this picture because I can just imagine Powers is watching this big robot arm come out of room 106 and think to himself, damn, who could that be?
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't give him his stitches. Oh my god.
I mean, you probably couldn't see that on the Game Boy Advance.
Yeah, I'm sure you couldn't, but I feel like this whatever. I'm gonna stop bullying this game.
I assume because it would have been bad had the police found it during their investigation.
Yeah, Mr. Claw at it again. Dr. Claw, right. Sorry, I forgot he has a degree.
He has a degree.
What?
In evil science.
Is it really? What is the PhD of Dr. Claw?
What?
What is the PhD? It is evil? Okay, I believe you.
Yeah, it's evil medical science.
I don't know what it is, but I remember watching the Inspector Gadget cartoon as a kid. I always found it off-putting, and I don't know why I found it off-putting.
Really? That's fascinating.
Yeah, I don't know why I didn't like it, but I remember not liking it.
Wow. Huh. I don't know. Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while now.
This is too much. Isn't there anything I can attack at all? I have to try. I have to find something else. What will you do now, Mr. Wright? Do you plan to... Well, I plan to expose a clearly shaky place in Mr. Powers' testimony. What? There's still another one? There is indeed, Your Honor, and it's quite a questionable point.
What are you trying to pull?
Oh, well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further? This is so generic.
Yeah, Inspector Gadget was originally going to be a Lupin the Third series.
That's fascinating. I should watch Lupin the Third. Let's see. I mean, so the thing is, like, contextually we know, but we haven't directly said it was Powers. And the other thing is, we can even make the fight here that, like, oh, you saw the Nickel Samurai arm, if that's what it comes to. But there's a duplicate Nickel Samurai costume running around.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There's one thing in Mr. Power's testimony that was very unclear. And that's the identity of the person who received the bear. He gave something to the person inside the room. I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear, we can't be sure. Ah! That scared the hell out of me legitimately. What are you doing, Powers? Yeah, buddy? Are you well?
He was just having a moment. He doesn't even realize it happened. He blacked out for a second, and it made him scream unconsciously.
I'm sorry, Charlie Horse. Like my whole knee, like my whole like. You ever get like the back of your
Bear?
Yeah. God, are you one of those, like, some people almost never get Charlie horses and some get a ton? I am sadly a frequent Charlie horse person. It sucks.
I don't really know what a Charlie horse is.
A Charlie horse is like, have you ever, like, stretched your leg or your foot and one of your muscles, like, decides it wants...
cramps.
Yeah, it decides it wants to, like, stay locked and you have to, like, grab it and flatten it out and make it behave.
Yeah. I know what that is, yeah. Yes, I've had leg cramps before.
They're no fun.
They are?
What is it, Mr. Powers? Yeah, I don't know how we got to the horse being involved. I'm okay to blame horses for causing misery on people. The idea that a horse would be like, hey, human, what if your leg hurt for no fucking reason? How do you like it? This is my existence. I'm a horse.
Uh-huh.
If you're gonna scream like that, at least... If you're going to scream like that, at least give us a good reason why. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Actually, so... I remembered! I remembered who took the bear! What? Really? I mean, I only saw his arm. But... You curse of horse, exactly. The arm. It was the Nickel Samurai's arm, I swear it! You've got to be kidding!
Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers?
Yeah! I'm sure it was the Nickel Samurai. Order! Order! It looks like you've dug your own grave yet again. How many times is that today? I've lost count.
So, the person who took in this little bear was the Nickel Samurai. And as we all know, Matin Guard is the Nickel Samurai.
Well, thanks to the defense, we've made all that the clearer. I think we've heard enough. We now know why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Mr. Matt on guard. I see no reason for this trial to continue. Therefore, I will now hand down my verdict.
Thank you, Your Honor, for understanding. You see, Mr. Wright? You could not win against the truth, could you?
I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what Edrith has stated is the truth. Any last objections, Mr. Wright? Well, do I? What should I do? Well... I'm gonna raise an objection.
You gotta, I guess.
There's only one way for me to drag this trial out. The only thing I have left is this one dirty trick. Perhaps there's a small animal we could cross-examine.
Ah, if only the bear figurine was alive and could talk.
Your Honor.
We would have a little whimsical little bear friend on the stand.
Right now, we have these 2 reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. Reason number 1, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number 2, that very same figurine was found at On Guard Mansion. However, it's possible this is all the work of a certain other person. What are you saying? What I am saying is, it's possible a different person is D Killer's real client.
What is... I don't think that's even the fan that's, like, causing my Discord to light up right now.
I didn't hear you
know.
or anything.
Yeah, you didn't hear it, right?
No.
Yeah, but I'm popping up anyways. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I'm sorry.
No worries. The real client. Yes.
Tisk tisk. Is this all you have?
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you say is D Killer's real client and therefore the real murderer?
You gotta do it.
I gotta do it. I don't like that I gotta do it, but Adrian is the only person we can drag here. Yeah, we gotta drag Samus. We've traumatized the shit out of this poor woman, and we gotta drag her.
Unfortunately, it has to continue.
Adrian Andrews? Yes, we already know that she tried to frame Matt on Guard for the crime by wearing a spare nickel samurai costume. See, I said this. I was like, the nickel samurai accepted the present. Yep.
Yeah?
Ah! Then the nickel samurai arm that I saw, that could have been very well been Miss Andrews. But what about Mr. On Guard? If you'd please recall yesterday's testimony. The defendant was taking a nap during the break period. That's right. Then, finding this figurine in Mr. On Guard's mansion was a well-laid trap set by Miss Andrews. Oh, Edgeworth is still over this. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this?
I can't even begin to count the flaws in this defense's logic. Besides which, there is no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either.
Where's this trial?
Come on, can anyone tell On Guard did it? I
I
can't
believe the defense would go so far as to pin the guilt onto someone else.
Believable. It's not murder. It's murder of all things, not something petty. This is to save Maya. This is to save Maya. This is to save Maya. Ugh, even if the whole world turns against me, this is one fight I can't give up on. Why are you glaring at me? Order! Order! All disruptive parties will be forced to leave the courtroom.
Your Honor. For the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with his what-if game.
His what-if game, Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory.
Ooh, here we go.
Mr. Wright, even you must have thought it strange and wondered. Why would the criminal want this little wooden bear?
Great dog timing. He's right. D Killer did specially bring that bear to On Guard right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it?
Absolutely. And I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all doubts against Ms. Andrews.
And who would that be?
It's quite simple, Your Honor. Ms. Adrian Andrews herself.
I see. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess. The prosecution will prepare its witness in that time.
Yes, Your Honor.
Long couple days.
Yeah? Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? But I never thought in your desperation you'd try to pin the guilt onto Adrian.
Ugh, I swear this demon will pay. Mr. Neck! Pearls? Where's Mia? I don't know. Really strong power.
Excellent.
Deku, thank you for the follow. Really strong power suddenly called her away. A really strong power. Oh, Mr. Nick, you're falling! It's from Gumshoe.
How's it going? You been hanging in there, pal?
Yeah.
Sorry, I got my radio on right now.
Yeah,
This is just what I like to listen to when I drive.
Gumshoe, I know you have something important to tell me. When you listen to music like this, do you drive the speed limit? Because this music would make me drive over the speed limit.
Oh, I am not driving the speed limit, pal. It's fine, I'm a cop. I'm allowed to do that.
You're not a cop, actually. You were fired.
Oh, fuck. No. No. It's fine. It's fine. It'll work out. Don't worry about it.
Great. Great.
Speed limit's more of a speed guideline, pal.
Sort of. We barely found something to latch onto.
Whew. That's good, pal.
What about you? Anything yet? Have you figured out where the killer and Maya are?
We still don't have any leads, but I have been driving all over the city.
What? We don't have any more time.
If we just had one, even a single clue would be really helpful.
I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, I've got to keep the trial going until Maya's rescued. But have I just run out of luck this time? Is all our hope for naught?
A tent.
A tent?
I could see a circus tent.
Mia!
It looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me.
So it was Maya that called you away.
She's locked in a dusty little room right now. But I could see a circus tent outside the window about 300 feet away.
Gumshoe! Is there a circus in town right now?
You literally fucking did a case just a couple
I
months
know!
ago about the
I
circus.
know!
It's a very
Gumshoe!
big circus,
Gumshoe!
pal.
Come on, man! Get off my case here! Or actually, no, stay on my case. Please stay on my case, actually. We have to find Maya. Anyway, yeah, the very big circus. Maya is somewhere within a 300-foot radius of the main tent.
What? Okay, hold on a sec, pal. Hey, draw a circle on that map. About a 300-foot radius from the main tent. Hurry! And I could see a mailbox under the window just outside.
Gumshoe! Maybe I should have handed the phone to Mia. There's also a mailbox.
Okay, what else?
What else, Mia?
I'm sorry, but it was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else.
We're now gonna cross-examine Mia.
It felt like it was in an old office building, maybe the 3rd floor or so. I heard her. Old office building. Good stuff, pal. Really glad you got that ghost to help out with this.
I'm not gonna question why the very deceased Mia is back. Can we talk about that later, though, pal?
Okay, just hang in there. Just a little longer, pal. Wish us luck.
Good luck.
I'll call you later, so don't let your battery die, okay, pal?
Mia, Maya's not hurt, right?
She's in a pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved.
Oh, Gumshoe, please hurry.
Looks like we're out of time. Are you alright, Phoenix?
It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. I just have to make this trial last a little longer. Meanwhile, the whole time Matt on guard has been standing there, just like jaw on the floor. Like, what the fuck did I just see?
There was a small child there. What happened?
How the fuck do you know that? Court will now reconvene, I suppose. I would imagine at this point the judge is professional but exasperated.
Yeah. The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand.
That dialogue box came quicker for some reason.
I was speaking very quickly. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you have been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder. I understand. Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Ms. Andrews? Of course I have.
You have seen it before.
That's right. It's only natural that the witness has. Ms. Andrews, could you please enlighten the court to this bear's secrets? All right.
Why does she... What? Something fucking bonkers is about to happen with this bear, and...
Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle.
Did you ever see Hellraiser? It's kind of like that, but with bears.
Yeah!
God, can you imagine a bear Hellraiser guy like Pinhead coming trucking at you?
Uh-huh.
That's scary!
If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center is a small cavity, with just enough room to store a small item.
Hellraiser! They had that movie, it was called Cocaine Bear. Everybody's gone in wonderful directions with this. Cenobite fursuit, God, everybody heard that comment and was like, no, let me step up to the plate on this one. Pinhead having a stuffed bear with pins all over the bear. See, the thing is, what you just said, Stonewall, I feel like you could market that. I feel like if you were at like a horror convention and you did like cute little teddy bears, but they were like, one was a Cenobite and like one was like Jason Friday the 13th, I feel like those would move. I feel like you could hustle that product.
Oh yeah, definitely. Because of its complexity. If you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. And you really can't tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it.
Teddy Rucks Pinhead. So, like, friendo, how are you? Like, I feel like you've had a bunch of banger comments tonight. That's so good. So, this figurine. It's a container of sorts, is it?
Yes.
Fire, I think your mic is getting stuck on again.
I know.
I'm sorry. It's just, like, I know it keeps happening, but you had, like, a long stretch of, like, being astonished at the scene.
I know.
I'm sorry.
I'm
It's so frustrating.
trying to work at it myself, okay?
I'm
to
sorry.
figure
I'll
it
let
out.
you do it. I'll let you do it.
I'm
I'm
trying
so
to
sorry.
fix it.
I'm so sorry.
I'm changing it back to the auto input sensitivity. I don't know.
It's driven me crazy. For what it's worth, Discord has driven me crazy before as well. I think I had to go back to auto as well. It's rude.
Yeah. Yes. Looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree?
Yes, this is superb craftsmanship. Oh, yes, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Sorry. I love the little bear.
It looks like there really was something to that bear after all.
Wow, we weren't bullshitting. Or we were, but we found something interesting anyway.
Yeah.
Let's see, where do we want to push first? I guess we'll just start from the beginning then.
Yeah.
I can't fast forward these. Okay, there we go. A puzzle.
That's right.
But it looks like an ordinary figurine. True enough. To people who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess that this is a puzzle. So, what kind of a puzzle is this exactly?
If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time.
So you can take it apart. And how would one go about doing that?
Well, you first turn its tail to the right, then push it in.
Oh, yes, I see.
After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed.
I'm really glad that the implication here is that the bear is currently on the judge's desk and that he's having a wonderful time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
I love
this is most interesting.
Around.
Well, a boy and his new toy. It's like he's 5 all over again. Oh, don't mind me. Go ahead and carry on. I think he's lost it.
So, what do you find after you take the puzzle apart?
I'm also glad that, like, the game, like, sounded like it was going there. Like, I made a comment on it, and then they're like, no, really, he is playing with it and having a wonderful time.
Yeah.
Alright, well, let's talk about that. And how do you know about this?
I know because I was the one who bought it.
Huh!
It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland.
Then this is a present from you.
That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for Juan.
So it was a present from Miss Andrews.
Witness, let's continue with your testimony. Do you think it was Celeste she went to Switzerland with?
Who else
think
would it have been?
Do you think it was all in good? It was in better times before she decided she fucking hated this guy. And she was like, well, I guess I'll get the boyfriend of the girl that I am incredibly madly in love with at the present.
I mean, yeah, probably. I wonder if that's what was going on there. I imagine like it was like, I bet she felt shitty. I bet that like she was like in love with Celeste, and she was also thinking to herself like, she's like a decent person. Like she was thinking to herself like, you know, I can't be a dick to this guy. Like if Juan's in my life, no matter what, I can't be an asshole to this guy.
Yeah.
So who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle?
Only the two of us, Juan and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland. So, assumedly, maybe somebody in Switzerland also knows. I mean, excuse me, so I doubt that there are many people with the same bear in this country.
But this looks like it could be easily broken. Especially if someone wanted to get at what's inside.
Well, it's a toy. But it can never be the same again once it's been broken.
Beautiful thought there, Miss Andrews.
Yeah.
Also, if you're grabbing it, I mean, that's interesting because if you're grabbing it not knowing that there's something inside of it, you're just like, maybe like it was just like a calling card or something, you know, you might, Who else knows that this bear is actually a small container or jewelry box, as you say?
I never told anyone. As long as Juan never told anyone either, then only the two of us know.
The two of you, huh? Then of course that means Mr. On Guard didn't know, right? I think this is about all I'm gonna get for now. Figurine record updated! Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Here he goes.
Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have come to realize
Nani?
that there is one very important fact we have uncovered, and that is this. This bear is actually a jewelry box.
We said it like 9 times. Thank you, Edgeworth. See, the thing is, what is really, really smart about the design of this game is that when Edgeworth is recapping things at the end of a testimony like this, it doesn't sound like he's saying it for the player's benefit, even though he is. This is for the player's benefit.
It sounds like he's saying it because he thinks Phoenix is an idiot.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, the judge is also.
Yeah.
I'd recap for him, too.
It's for the judge, too. Now that we have agreed to this point, there is only one logical question that can come next, and that is this. What is inside this box?
What's inside? Wow, I never thought of that for some reason.
That's right. That's what we are going to find out next. Witness? Yes? You are the only one who can open this. Please.
I mean, technically, we could have our, child medium, channel 1.
I believe there's supposed to be like an unstated limitation that, like, you know, Pearl is only going to be able to do it for like people that she really knows right now.
Yeah, and also, you know, they're vague about it, but there certainly is some implication that like Mia is perhaps helping, like Mia is doing everything in her power to make it easy for Pearl.
Yeah, and also, I mean, it would. It wouldn't actually be good writing if you could just. Well, I mean, okay, you can you can do whatever you want when you write something, but
No,
sometimes, you know.
it wouldn't fit what they're trying to do. No, they shouldn't.
Yeah.
They shouldn't. They should.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it actually does make sense writing-wise, where it's like, we can talk to the dead, which is how we can get fun bits of information we otherwise wouldn't know, but obviously it's limited, and the limits are going to be arbitrary and vague, so that way it's never like, well, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that?
Yeah.
Well, I like wants to getting situated up there, because now I'm seeing, like, it's like the way heaven, like, the afterlife looked in, like, Dragon Ball, and there's, like, the big red king or whatever his name was, and there's like a really big line, and Juan is like, ugh. I know I have forever, but this is taking forever.
Yeah, that one guy's definitely in the Home for Infinite Losers.
Painful silence all over the courtroom. All eyes are on Miss Andrews now as she solves the puzzle and takes the bear apart. Oh, click.
I've opened it.
Phoenix's eyes are closed right now.
Is this what you wanted?
Well, I'll be damned. I should have seen this coming. It's the suicide note. It's the suicide note. Of course, it's our one small unaccounted for item.
Interesting idea.
What is that? It looks like a note.
I don't think we need to guess at what that is, do we, Mr. Wright? You've been following the storyline up to now. Why, in fact, I'm sure the player has already guessed herself as well. It's the suicide note.
I mean, I'm glad to see it enter in this way. Like, obviously they left it open so they could resolve it, but, you know, even if you had seen that this was going to be in there, it still is fun to be like, aha, this is where that comes back.
Of course. The suicide note left by Juan Corrida's former manager, Celestine Pax. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts. But just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Corrida himself. It seems Celestine Pax had very beautiful handwriting.
I like the judge is basically up there having keys jangled at him. Yeah, sometimes Edgeworth has to pull out his iPad and hold it next to his head with Subway Surfers footage.
Yeah! And she just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. This is most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide.
Order! Witness! Did you know about this?
Yes, I did. I heard all about it from Juan.
That's when she was searching the room. She said,
was
like,
looking
yeah,
for the bear.
she was looking for the bear.
Yep.
And the assassin had left with the bear.
Yep.
When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public. But I couldn't find it anywhere.
Because it had already been taken by the killer.
Everything is going at Mr. Edgeworth's pace. So now that the suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question?
I don't know that I would say logical so much as, like, maybe obvious is a mean word, but, like, we all want to know, yeah, what is on the note?
That's right. At least that's what I would think.
Now then, I believe it is only appropriate the contents of this note be made known.
I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it. I was going to burn it for her sake.
This is sad.
I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of the note aloud.
Very well. The judge's voice rang loud and clear through the deathly silent courtroom. In her note, Celeste Pax left to us a record of all that had happened to her. About being used and then thrown away by On Guard. About being engaged to Kurita and On Guard's role in destroying that. And about how she decided in her despair to end it all. I really hope Phoenix does get to apologize.
Be nice.
And that's all Miss Inpax had to say.
There is one thing I would like to say here. The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Engard.
Okay. Then what?
Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness?
Yes. On the night of the murder, Bond was going to make the contents of the note public.
Aha! Forgot about that. He was gonna come out and say it.
After this post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference.
My word!
Matt Engard values above all else his refreshing like a spring breeze image. Which is why he had to stop this note from being made public.
How did Matt find out about that again?
What?
How did Matt find out about this again and set up the kill?
The cameras.
Oh, yeah, the camera there.
He had been spying on one even longer than this. At
That makes
any
sense.
cost. It's a guard fault that woman killed herself. This time he even went so far as to kill someone to stop him from revealing that. How terrible! What a selfish person! Guess there are slimeball lawyers out there who'll defend creeps too. There is no room for doubt here. Mr. The Killer's client's goal was to obtain this suicide note. And the only person who needed this note that badly is the defendant.
The judge is letting them keep going, wow.
Let's not forget that the bear with the note inside was found at the defendant's house.
This case is great because I feel like Matt On Guard is not only guilty, but has invented new and exciting ways to be incredibly, incredibly fucking guilty. This is the guiltiest man who has ever fucking come through this courtroom in this game.
You're very right, yes.
Seems we've come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone. Ugh. How am I supposed to escape this one?
Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do.
I know. I have to carry on and buy him some time.
Mia can be a little fucked up and evil when something personal is going on for her. She is like, I don't care about this lady. You gotta drag this trial out, Phoenix. I do not want my sister to be dead.
It feels like she's getting a little used to being dead herself, because it's like, Mia, I thought we were besties, like, I'm gonna do it, but like, it kinda sucks that I have to like, look like a monster here. I'm willing to look like a monster, but give me a fucking second, girl.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not criticism of the writing, far from, but damn, girl, damn!
It's okay, you don't have to...
Okay, there are two deadly pieces of evidence, the figurine and the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of this situation through one of those. The
gavel is already in the judge's hand, Phoenix. Hurry! Which one?
Let's see. I feel like we've been over the figurine like crazy. The suicide note's pretty new.
True.
Let's go suicide note. Please, wait, Your Honor!
Oh man, look at that lawyer! He's still going at it! It's like he doesn't care that he's trying to get a killer off the hook!
I think Your Honor believes that Madame Guard killed in order to obtain this note.
Wow, what a surprise! He's trying to track
Yes,
it
that
out.
is correct.
Oh, this
But
guy
this seems a
so
little... Alright up
fucking
there!
smart. What a,
Alright! You can say it to
what
my
a
face!
fucking slime bag!
Oh, you think so, huh?
Yeah, I think so, buddy. What are you gonna do about it from down there?
I'm gonna collect my damn paycheck for being a slimeball lawyer, that's what... I'm not getting paid, fuck, never mind.
Wow.
That seems a little strange. In fact, I think there's a contradiction here. This note was hidden by Mr. Kurita until the night of the murder. If that's the case, I say that Madame Guard could not have known what was written on this note. Oh, you didn't think of it that way. Exactly. But I did think of it that way. And I thought it was rather strange.
Well, I did think of it that way.
You hear that back there? Wow, you guys up in the fucking peanut gallery? Wow, almost looks like we have to look at all the evidence. How about that shit? Phoenix is probably so fucking mad at them.
Uh-huh.
No one in their right mind would kill for a note without first knowing what it said.
I don't know, this seems kind of circumstantial.
Order! Order! You make a valid point, Mr. Wright.
No, flimsy. I don't know what this character is. The guy in the courtroom audience who's
I like
very
him.
loudly expressing his dislike of Phoenix.
He's here next week when he's next year. Phoenix is like, well, as you can see here on this case, the corporation actually infringed on the products. Right? Boo! You sucked. Completely normal case.
Yeah.
Just completely normal case.
Yeah. Yeah.
Some guy's contesting a parking ticket, and he's in there.
Oh yeah, I bet you'd say something like that if your ass is on the line. Oh wow.
Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? It's just a flash, but I think I did rather well on this one.
Unfortunately, I think he believes differently.
I believe a show of appreciation is in order.
Huh?
The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself.
Here we go.
I would like to direct the court's attention to this.
Oh yeah! The camera. What is that? Sorry, I have a goldfish memory.
It's a very small video camera, Your Honor. The camera hasn't come up in court yet, I don't think.
Really? Huh?
Yeah, we just found out about it in the investigation last time, remember?
I guess that's true.
This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying.
Spying? What the? I thought that spy camera was in my possession.
Yes, but I have the concept of it as well, right?
We did give the camera to Edgeworth. We did get. Wait, no.
He gave it back to us. Gumshoe
Yeah.
gave it back to us.
Yeah.
Matt and Guard and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rival. And they even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses.
And?
The victim, Juan Carrito, was being spied upon. His personal life is being watched by none other than Matt and Guard.
That's not true. He was scheduled to only watch Matt on Guard at 8 p.m. when Shelly the Killer had been scheduled to... Oh, wait, that implicates Matt some more. Order, Mr. Wright! Yes, Your Honor? You... Don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities! Well, sort of. Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright. Thank you for making me hydrate.
See, you are confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have the camera that was in the stuffed bear's eye.
Gasp of astonishment.
But this camera that I have is not the same one. Last night, I searched the victim's house on a hunch. Using this.
Oh, Gumshoe's bug sweeper.
By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera.
Matt on Guard's fingerprints were on there.
Well, Phoenix, looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh?
What am I supposed to say to that evidence?
I think this is the end. It is fairly obvious that Mr. Ungard learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along.
You got me good this time. I don't have anything to counter that.
Hey, what's that lawyer thinking?
Mommy, is that man the bad killer guy?
Shush! Stop! Don't look at him!
Why is a child in
Wait,
here
it's
other
just
than the
so-
usual child?
Ew! Nasty. Phoenix?
Yes, Chief.
Have you figured out what you're going to do next yet?
What I'm gonna do next? Does running away like a frightened child work?
I know it seems like Mr. Edgeworth is very close to putting the lid on this case. But, in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing.
What is it, Mia?
There is a piece of evidence that he really should investigate.
Something he should investigate.
I would really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded for not remembering to look into the item when he had the chance.
Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden? Alright, what piece of evidence do we want to look at closer? I'm just shopping around a little bit before we move ahead here. Let's see.
Go ahead.
Yeah, let's see. Found inside the figurine. So, here's the thing. Only Creed and Andrews know to open it. So maybe this is it, because, yeah, he had the cameras, but the cameras can't see inside the bear. Unless they're gonna tell me that, like,
Maybe you would have seen when it was put inside the bear or something.
maybe he would have seen when it was put inside the bear.
If only Edgeworth had someone who really loved investigating time and investigated all over everything.
Let's see, has the photo come up again? Because what's
The
interesting
photo
is...
isn't relevant.
Okay. Let's see. Probably not the bear, probably not the receipt for the bear,
So, what Mia said might be misleading you very slightly. Think about something that Edgeworth would not have had the chance to investigate himself.
Alright, let's see. So he knows about the bear, because we were there with the bear, and...
He knows about the bear.
Let's see, he knows about the photo.
Again, also not relevant.
Yeah, not relevant. He knows about this.
I meant the photo wasn't relevant, but yeah, this isn't
Yeah,
relevant.
yeah, he found the credit card receipt. This was him.
Yeah,
he found this.
he found the credit card receipt. Got
Yep.
that from him. He was already investigating the bear himself.
Yep, already investigating the bear himself. I really don't think it's... these are a pair deal, I would imagine. Like, we've been all over these. He brought up the card, so he knows about the card.
He does. Phoenix nervously looking at Mia, meekly pulling out his attorney badge, like, huh? Is this it? Is this what he didn't investigate?
Let's see, I don't think it was this. This seems a little bit early.
No, I mean, we're getting kind of into stuff that is
way
not
old,
relevant
yeah.
to this half of the trial.
No. Let's see, so if it's not this stuff, and it's not up here... Boy, there's a lot of stuff we have now. Let's look at our people. Is there anything related to our people that we wouldn't have had a chance to investigate? Oh, no!
Something that Edgeworth has not had the chance to investigate.
My bells are coming untaped.
Yeah, that came up last time. I thought you were gonna tape them.
Maybe? Alright, let's keep going for now, because we haven't been asked yet.
Alright.
Alright, I think this time we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections, do you? What is this piece of evidence that Mia's talking about? Can I figure out what it needs to be looked at, or should I, let it go? Okay, present evidence. I have an objection, Your Honor.
That was about the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright.
Mamas, what's up? How you doing? You are just in time for the weakest objection Edgeworth has ever fucking heard.
Weak objection. You just said that he has an objection.
Yeah, he didn't holler it, and we didn't get the text on the screen.
Yeah, there
what
was,
is
there
up?
wasn't
What
even
were
a
you
big
doing?
word balloon. The screen didn't shake. There was no rumble vibrations.
You did. Oh, you're doing. You were doing. Phasmophobia. Fun. I still need to do Phasmophobia. I think I have it installed, and I've played all the stuff that inspired it. But yeah, what's up, y'all? Why are we singing Suavemente other than for the passion of the moment? Your Honor, the defense has no intention of letting this go so easily. God, he's so easy to peer pressure.
Yes.
You're beginning to sound beginning? That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Oh, it's your sub song? That rules. Mr. Edgeworth, this is not like you at all. In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing.
Hey, isn't that what I just said? So you're telling me that I forgot something? I've never forgotten anything in my life.
You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth. But there's something you should really examine about this piece of evidence. Alright, let's think through everything in here. What would Edgeworth have
What
not...
piece of evidence has not had any examination or investigation done into it at all?
Let's see. Let's see. So, We've been over the note. I mean, I don't know if you can call what happened their investigation, but certainly we read it and talked about it. We've been all over the bear.
I wouldn't say what has happened with the note is investigation or examination, no.
You wouldn't, huh? Yeah, I guess we read it. No, the judge read it. That's the thing. We opened the box. The judge read it. We haven't investigated it. Yeah, he didn't have a chance to look it over or anything like that. Oh, thank you, Loganville. But yeah, for those who don't know what's up, I'm Gloop, and this is my friend Firemtn, and we are voice acting our way through the Ace Attorney games. And we are at the tip-top of the story in the end of the second game, so... Fun stuff. All right, well... Yeah, this is the thing. Edgeworth really hasn't had a chance to look this over. It only popped up in court. Yeah, so that's the thing that makes it we haven't investigated, is because unlike everything else here, this appeared during court. It's the only thing that appeared during court. Let's go for it.
Sorry, I basically led you directly to that.
No. Well, that's the thing, is I started talking about it. What's the thing is, you didn't lead me to it.
Okay, if you say so.
No. That is Miss Impact's suicide note, right? Firemtn's backseating from in front of Gloop. Who knows? I mean, sure, this suicide note was found inside this bear. But this bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means the handwriting on this suicide note has yet to be analyzed. Oh, so as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Impacts or not, that has yet to be even remotely confirmed.
I guess he's kind of got a point on that one, actually.
Mr. Wright! Are you saying the suicide note is a fake?
All right, do I have that stuck back up there? All right, I think I have my bells taped back on.
Great.
There we go.
Wonderful.
There we go. So for anyone who just came in off the raid, the way that this works is a baseball cap with duct tape and pipe cleaners.
Excellent. Oh, thank you, Lynn. Miss Andrews. You were the one who tried to pin the murder on Mr. On Guard. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it in this bag?
Dare you! Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again.
K'Nex hurts. I have put K'Nex on my iHat before. You don't want to make a hat out of K'Nex.
Your Honor, the defense is discriminating against the witness again. There is no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever.
But if this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it.
Not necessarily true. What?
Recall the witness's testimony concerning
The figurine. The only person other than the victim who could solve the puzzle is the witness herself. Miss Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you could use it to frame Matt on Guard. If you eyed, it didn't come through, I'm sorry.
I did no such thing! Right, if you're going to pronounce this suicide note a fake, then show this court some evidence to support your theory.
Mr. Edgeworth, you were the one who presented this scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution. Good dog timing, holy shit. That's enough! Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on this suicide note?
It is as the defense has stated. The handwriting has yet to be analyzed.
If that's the case, it seems that yet again, we have reached a point where the verdict is impossible.
That's impossible! This isn't good, Phoenix.
The judge is going to carry the trial over one more day. I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it another day. But we know where Maya is! I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both the prosecution and defense further investigate.
My butt, that's just the lawyer trying to buy more time! The guard is guilty. Look, any idiot can tell you that. I think we've reached the end of the line.
Yeah, stuff is now flying.
Guilty!
Stuff is now flying from the stands at Phoenix.
Guilty! Guilty! Guilty!
Oh, thank fucking Christ. Well, what is that sound? It's Gumshoe. Hello, Gumshoe? What is with him, and what's with that sigh? Where's Maya? What happened to the killer?
Yeah. He got away.
What?
I'm sorry, pal. I really am. I don't know what to say besides I'm sorry. I wish there was some way to make it up to you. I really do.
Anyway, what's going on?
We found his hideout, pal. But the two of them were already gone. This is terrible. I mean, I keep looking for them, pal. Don't you worry. I just need a little more time.
But
Don't tell me we don't have any more. Guilty! Guilty!
Phoenix is now holding the phone up and letting Gumshoe hear all this.
Now, I have to say...
Do you hear that? They're calling for his head! Yeah, what's up? Go for it.
Not to bring this into depressing real-world comparisons, do you think that this feels realistic that people would be turning against the handsome, super popular superstar that everybody loves?
I think people would be split. I think there would be an enormous number of people who absolutely believe he's incapable of it, because here's the thing. Up till this point, we know he's been buttering the whole world up. That is the thing.
Yeah, I don't know. But it's fine. This is how the story goes, so that's okay. Mr. Wright, I can't, for us to come this far and... Oh!
What is it?
Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth.
I can't do that. Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself? Yes, Your Honor. I'm about to end today's proceedings. You may take your phone calls after. Hold on, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch! Good that it was a tape. The phone's spiraling, come on.
It's really, really good. It's really, really, really good. Mr. Edgeworth? Please, you gotta buy us some more time. Court is in session. I'm sorry, Your Honor. You were saying?
He DMC equipped the phone, that's good.
Fucking
Mr.
spun
Wright!
at the screen and then the phone exploded.
This is a court of law! I'm sorry, Your Honor, but... I'm reluctant to do this, however. It appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow. This time I can't really do anything. Court is now adjourned for the day.
Court trial fucking sucks! I want to see that guy die! Please wait, Your Honor.
Edgeworth? What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honor's time.
For what purpose?
We can perform the necessary tests on this piece of evidence in that time.
Can you really obtain your results in 30 minutes?
I believe we can, Your Honor.
But wouldn't it be better if we adjourn for today and then reconvene tomorrow?
30 minutes, please, Your Honor. That is all I'm asking for. And then, a few hours afterwards where we continue discussing the case.
Please, Your Honor. Very well. What has gotten into the both of you? He's probably, what the hell?
Very confused.
At the prosecution's request, this court will now take a 30-minute recess. I guess. Am I even in charge at this point? What's going on here?
Judge, you're just here to look pretty and hold a gavel. It's fine.
But be advised, I will not allow another recess today. I'm not sure if this is helping or hurting us. The court will now take its final recess of the day.
Right, well, what is going on with my situation?
D-Killer. It looks like he got away again. 30 minutes? We can't find her in that time.
Report!
Oh, Edgeworth still has the phone.
Is that Mr. Edgeworth? We don't have time, just spit it out. Hey, Wright! It looks like we just missed him, sir. But the killer left a few things behind by accident and is rushed to get away. A few things?
Can we use any of them as evidence?
Oh! I thought you'd ask, pal.
Huh?
I got the things you left with me right now, and I'm on my way over.
Really?
That's odd. Any items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first.
We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir! When those guys weren't looking, I swiped the stuff and ran! What? Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I gotta put the law on hold for now.
Whew! Sounds bad. Hope he doesn't get in too much more trouble over this. I added him more because, like, he's
already in trouble, yeah.
Yeah.
With my hunk of junk car, I'd say I'll be there in about 20 minutes, pal. I mean,
Gumshoe,
sir.
Do me a big favor and crank the volume up on your Go Fast music.
Oh, you can still hear it, huh? Yeah, I'll turn that way up.
Have fun, buddy. See you in a few.
Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me.
Alright, just get here in one piece.
I'm on a mission and no one can stop me now, sir. No one. I'm pulling out all the stops and running every red light. I'm listening to my cool music that makes me drive really fast.
Gumshoe. Okay. Maybe just the yellow ones, buddy? Items left by the murderer, huh? Maybe there's something that'll be among them be decisive enough to end this.
What's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer me!
Are you fucking kidding me, dude?
No one can stop me.
What happened?
It sounded like he had an accident. I'm guessing his cell phone broke as well.
What was he thinking? We've got to hurry and call for help.
Listening to my Go Fast music. But we have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, if we don't get to those items before they do, the police will take possession of them.
No, we can't let that happen.
Well, if there is a way we can find out where he is, then we stand a chance.
Why?
Remember me as I was, pal? Chuckling in a funny sort of way, scratching the back of my head.
Why did Gumshoe have to get into an accident now?
Looking from side to side.
You know what's kind of surprising to me at this point, and maybe it'll end up happening before all's said and done? The lack of Franziska.
What do you mean she's in the hospital?
I know that.
She got shot in the shoulder.
Yeah, I know, but like, I feel like we haven't like resolved whatever her fucking deal is, because the first game did that. Like, it really put a bow on what was going on in Edgeriff's life.
Well, maybe we'll find out in the third game.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I just want to look. Is there any way to find out exactly where he is at this moment? I gotta believe! That's right, there is a way!
Ow.
I'm sure we can find out where Detective Gumshoe is through this. Let's see. My initial answer was, do I have the bug sweeper?
The bug sweeper find him.
It'd be funny. It's the transceiver. One of the items that he has is the other radio.
Right, we're not in the middle of a mock trial here.
Okay, it wasn't the radio. Okay, cool.
I guess it's up to me. Alright, I'll think of something on my end. Don't get your hopes up too high, but I'll try my best. Ooh.
Did I say something wrong?
Uh-oh. I don't know how this works now if you're wrong here and it's moving onward.
What was it?
It was Franziska. She has the tracking device on him.
Oh my god, that's right. She fucking does. I forgot about that whole adventure. God damn it. Oh well.
What is it?
I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again.
Maybe he'll just think of her anyways. It's fine.
I know my client is guilty. But what I'm doing now, I'm pinning the guilt on someone totally innocent and using the evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say that defense attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death.
Right. It doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears. Whether you did your job well or not, that can only be seen after the verdict has been decided.
The verdict.
Is Prosecutor Edgeworth here? Yes, Bailiff? There's a phone call for you, sir. They said it was extremely urgent. Now, probably finished with the handwriting analysis. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do.
Well, I'm glad that I've accidentally created a cliffhanger situation here because I didn't remember the...
How scary! I genuinely, like, I didn't give you any leading things to say there just because, like, I figured that it wouldn't
do that. I didn't try to stop you because I thought that it would just give you infinite chances.
Yeah, I kind
I'm
of...
sure it probably just goes the same way no matter what. It's
No
probably
way.
fine.
Yeah, it's very funny. It's kind of funny that is a, that is one of the, like, I've seen them do, like, because the only time I think they've done that before in a conversation, thank you, Weems, outside of court like that, where it was a one-shot, it was for a cute moment to, like, get some extra story. I don't think it's ever been, like, load-bearing, you know?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, we'll figure it out. Listen, I'm gonna defend that I was onto something with the transceiver, because D-Killer had it.
You didn't know that that was the thing that was left over, though.
I didn't know. I didn't know. You're right. Courts will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready? Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. Yes, Your Honor.
I can understand the defense acting like this. However, why do you also seem distraught, Mr. Edgeworth?
That is... It's nothing, Your Honor.
What's wrong with Edgeworth?
It looks like something unexpected just happened to him.
Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Miss Impact's suicide note.
Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we have discovered that this suicide note is a forgery.
Oh, fuck! What? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
This note was not written by Miss Impax herself. It is a fake.
Order, Mr. Edgeworth! Would you care to explain what's going on? If this was not written by Miss Impax, then who wrote it?
We would need more time to do a more detailed analysis. However, it appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Carita.
Mr. Carita?
Well, looks like Miss Impact's never left a suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about On Guard.
However, Your Honor, even though this suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. Engard could not have known that, so that fact remains unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it.
That does sound very plausible. This theory that On Guard had no idea that the suicide note was fake. Something seems a little wrong with it. Well, of course we're going to present evidence.
Okay.
My evidence is going to be the cameras again, because if Matt On Guard was being, if Matt On Guard was spying on Juan, wouldn't he have seen him fake the note if he was being spied on?
There you go.
There we go, yeah. The defense believes that sorry, it took me a second to parse that sentence. The defense believes that the theory the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. On Guard to not have known it was a fake. What is this little item called again? A video camera, Your Honor. Well, a very small one, but... Oh, that's right. Camera. You kids and your fancy toys. Are you older than cameras, dude? What's
He's
going on
older than cameras. He is older than cameras.
That's hard to do. He's a bit. Yeah, I was about to say. Here, maybe in the 70s he lived on like a remote farm somewhere, so functionally he was in the 1910s. Mr. Edgeworth, earlier, you claimed that Mr. Ungard knew of the existence of this note because he was spying on the victim. Isn't that right? If that were true, then this means Mr. Ungard would have known that the victim forged that note. I think it didn't capture your act, which is unfortunate because I bet you went for it too.
I did. God, this is why I fucking changed that to begin with. I hate Discord.
Discord's awful. Huh. We should experiment after stream. I have an idea. I have a couple ideas for what we might be able to do for you. But we'll figure it out later.
It's fine, it's fine.
Yeah. So then, the defendant knew this suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then the situation has suddenly changed in a very dramatic way. Exactly, Your Honor. The prosecution's theory as to what Mr. Ungard's motive for murder was, it suddenly disappeared into thin air.
But Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. Ungard monitored Mr. Kurita 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. Ungard didn't know of.
Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim made the forgery at an unknown place? Order! Order, Mr. Edgeworth! Looks like this time it is you who has dug his own grave.
As I figured.
Huh? As you figured.
As I figured. It came down to this after all.
Mr. Edgeworth, you are not making any sense.
When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next?
What next? Yeah, honestly, what next?
If the prosecution can't prove Mr. Ungard's motive through the evidence, then we must prove it from another angle.
Well, I agree with you there.
Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time.
Oh, well, that's fine.
However, this witness is a little unusual.
Edgeworth stuttering? This is not like him at all. Unusual? Well, what sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth?
This witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of who was it that hired Shelley DeKiller to commit murder?
That's impossible! Who in the... No such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth, who is this witness?
It is... It's...
Yes, go on. Who is it?
The man himself, Mr. Shelley DeKiller.
Oh, Mr. DeKiller. But wait! Shelley DeKiller? You mean... The killer. I mean, the assassin.
Yes, Your Honor.
He's coming here to the witness stand?
Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize that this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission.
How the fuck is this about to work? Well, Mr. Wright. Yes? Is this alright with you? Do I have a choice here? Can't really do much else to drag this trial out. The defense has no objections, Your Honor. Wonder if it really is alright to do this.
Very well. The prosecution calls its witness to the stand.
Edgeworth, is there no other way left to us?
Now then, witness. Your name and your, occupation, please.
What the hell is the camera about to pan over to? Okay.
Very good, sir. My name is Shelley the Killer, and I am a professional assassin. I want to point out, well, when we get back to the radio.
I say! What is going on here?
Your Honor?
How can you remain so calm, and what is the meaning of this two-way radio?
The radio looks like him. It's got his monocle and
That's
his mouth
hysterical.
here.
And down
it's-
the middle.
Yep.
That's really good. That's
It's
really,
very,
really,
very
really
good.
Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. the Killer will testify to this court.
So this must be what that urgent phone call he got earlier was about. Oh, no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure this is really Mr. the Killer himself.
Witness, please, present some sort of proof that you are, in fact, Shelley the Killer. I understand. Please, wait a second.
I am so hungry.
Maya!
Maya?
A voice! Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this? The defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelley the Killer. D-Killer. My apologies, Mr. the Killer. It looks like we've run into yet another unexpected turn of events.
Okay, also in the background, I have looked up a transcript of this entire case, and because I could not find anything that said whether or not getting that thing wrong affected the story in any way, it looks like it doesn't affect anything more than what they said in that scene.
Okay,
Hopefully.
cool. I would hope so.
I was so scared, Gloop. But I
Well,
don't
what
think
would
this
we
is
do?
the kind of game to put you in a Walking Dead state like that.
No, not at all. Not at all.
But I wanted to be sure. I wanted to be sure. I've never seen that happen before.
I am kind of proud of the fact that I stressed you out.
You do it every day of our lives.
Thank you. Doesn't seem we have too many choices under these circumstances, so...
Now then, witness. There is one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else. And what would that be? At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Von Karita. Is this correct? It is as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Karita. Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client. Very well.
This is all a bad dream. This is all just a very bad dream. That's it. Shelly the killer. What is he going to say?
There is something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. And that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept, before I give the name of my client. Fuck. My reputation is going to go even lower after a flub like that.
Mr. DeKellar seems to be a very clever man, except for the part where he said something that made no sense. I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us.
Well, he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor. Mr. DeKiller is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief.
You mean about his trust between his clients and himself thing? Seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness? Yes, Your Honor.
There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix.
Guess we'll push on everything. We can hear anything you have to say later. Can you please just tell us your clients?
I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney. I said, this is something I must first state. Do you know what the word first means?
Sorry, go on. Well, it appears this is one witness you can't badger, Mr. Wright.
I don't think they're comparing defense attorneys to professional assassins necessarily.
It's only because you don't know about Maya's situation. The trust between you and your client.
I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome.
And that's why you're testifying in this manner.
This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the killer name so my clients can trust me.
But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust?
It has never happened before, but if it ever did,
Yes?
that person wouldn't be my client for very long. They would certainly...
That's enough! Please, no more.
It was only a hypothetical anyway.
That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them.
It doesn't matter to me. The client has already broken the rule and acted outside of their prescribed role.
Interesting. Their role.
This person trying to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves.
Wait, what?
And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven.
Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty?
To the gentleman who spoke just now, excuse me, but would you care to die?
No, I didn't say anything. Judge had better watch himself. We understand, so please tell us the name of your client.
I'm afraid I cannot do that. I still have a few things to say before I do.
Ugh, that egomaniacal.
It's not good for your health to be so aggravated. I can tell from the aura that you are giving off. You won't live very long if you let everything bother you.
Somehow that coming from an assassin makes it less than comforting. I don't really care about all this extra fluff. Just tell us the name already!
Patience. Try to calm down a little. It's important to try and understand his mindset.
Still very fascinated by the thing where he said about the person broke the— Hi, Bean. The person broke the rules and, tried to implicate someone else. Because
Yeah.
if we're talking about Adrian Andrews is the only did Matt do anything to implicate someone else?
Who could say? I mean, maybe he's, saying that, as his attorney, you're doing that or something, and that reflects poorly on Matt, or question mark.
This all stinks to high heaven.
He seems very steadfast and closed, so you're going to have to work to get him to talk.
I'm not his therapist, you know. Alright, let's...
This is another one of those weird ones, like earlier.
Okay, but if I've pressed on everything, if I press on everything again, maybe something else will chop up.
Sure.
Yeah. Because now I'm pressing, if I press on everything once, now I'm pressing on everything again.
Yeah, sure.
See, this is the
Send your
same...
plays.
Yeah, I'm gonna move
Seems
through it
so
fairly
fine.
quickly
Asking
if it's
what
as
the
long
word
as it's the
first
same.
means.
We could go back to the weird one, but, let's see, trust between you and your client, I provide my services. In exchange, I trust that my client is discreet about my identity. There it is! I'm sorry, but I was wondering about something you just said. You said that your client had already broken the rules.
A person who frames another is the worst kind of human.
This is really an interesting, and you know, this is an interesting bit for him to do, but it also makes sense that that's why he leaves the card. It's like, it's kind of fun, fucked up assassin logic of like, listen,
Yeah.
I'm a murderer. I'm not a liar.
Yeah.
And that's why you feel you can betray this person. Assassins despise kill stealers, that's true.
True.
I also have to imagine that for an assassin like him, like, the idea of a client doing anything here, like any of this is not discreet. This is messy. This makes his life and his safety 10,000 times more obnoxious.
Yes.
You're gonna contact an assassin, sit on your fucking hands and let him work. That's what my mom always told me.
Yeah, your mom told you that?
I have no trust relation with the client who can't understand their assigned role.
I'm trying to think. No, I don't think my parents have done any felonies that involved killing people. Sorry.
Well, that's great. That's wonderful to hear.
Yeah, I can think of one felony, but it was a cool felony.
Oh, okay. Well, it was
Yeah.
a cool felony, so no big deal.
Yeah.
But what kind of cool felony are we talking about?
The story where they flipped the private jet.
Oh.
Yeah, cool felony. Just my luck. An assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured? I was just going on and on about what a what a completely logical thing it was. Oh well.
Yeah.
Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic?
This game's just getting better. He's getting better and better. Yeah, it's one of the best
I love
ones.
the positive reading. Yeah, this is getting better and better.
If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed.
Everyone understands your point, I think. Really?
In that case, I believe I am prepared to disclose the information you seek. You have made it crystal clear that you value trust above all else. I believe we're ready.
So it looks like we're about to hit a commercial, so I might delay for 2 seconds because I don't want him to do the big reveal drop in the middle of the ad.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, it says
sure.
ad starting soon, so I'm gonna give it a second.
All right. Okay.
Tanya, important question. Where's Indy?
She's right behind me.
Wonderful. Bean is like right in my face right now.
Yeah.
I think she
Nice.
knows. It's funny. I think she like can tell when my energy shifts. It's so funny. Like if I get out of the chair while I'm streaming and it's just like a 2-second jump up, like she doesn't bug me. But if I'm like done streaming, then
Yeah.
she's like, "Hey, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me."
Aww.
Yeah, it's cute. All right,
What a
3,
sweetie.
2, 1. All right, we should be back.
Great.
Excellent.
Have one more next. You can go further now. No, you don't need to repress this one. There
don't.
there is an arrow. You can go further.
Oh, we do have a further one. Okay, cool. Okay. I love that the judge got threatened. That's fun.
Yeah, great. We love when the judge gets threatened.
Here we
I do
go.
believe it's time I revealed the name of my client. You would not agree.
Sorry, I got really, really excited and hit the button very fast.
It's okay.
All right, Phoenix, hit him. What is it? Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name.
If you can't ask it right, then I will. Witness? What is the name of your client who requested the murder of Mr. Juan Corrida? That person's name is...
Will Powers.
Adrian Andrews.
That probably makes more sense. What?
Witness! That is not who you told me it was earlier.
Astonishment noise.
Wright, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client, and it is Adrian Andrew. What?
Whoa, that's fun.
This can't be! On the phone earlier!
What's going on here? Why are you so smug, Mia?
My guess is that Mr. the Killer just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back.
Stabbed Edgeworth in the back?
I'm sure in order to get an audience with this court, Mr. the Killer told him a different name. Madden Guard, perhaps.
So can we trust his testimony at all? Like... Knew it.
This is outrageous! I was deceived! This witness is telling a very serious lie.
But you were the one who summoned this witness.
Ugh. You, Shelley the Killer. My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Matunga. Am I correct? All I wish to do is help procure his acquittal.
Why is it beneficial for you to procure his acquittal? Oh, because... It's beneficial for Shelley the Killer because it's not that the Killer is tying up loose ends related to the murder that he did for Matt. It's that Adrian broke the rules, and therefore he's worked with... Wait, hold on, so one thing doesn't make any fucking sense. Didn't Matt look us in the fucking face and tell us he did it? Didn't Matt look us in...
Yes, the killer is lying!
Okay.
The killer is lying to quote-unquote help you. Gloop! Did you literally just think, oh my god, I was wrong this whole time, Matt really is innocent!
I want him to be... I don't want him to be innocent. I wanted them to do another plot twist. It's the fake lie hand, yeah.
Wow, all of a sudden it feels like we can actually win this.
Yeah. Except, of course, we don't actually want to put Adrian behind bars.
Yeah. Yeah, she just believes the last thing someone said. You're just like the judge!
The first thing I said, though, is that before I started believing it, I did say, so we have to throw his whole testimony out. It's on the recording.
Uh-huh, you did say that, and
Yeah.
then you went, well,
I started
what does this mean?
considering
Oh my
it.
god,
No,
it turns
no,
out!
hold on. I said I don't believe it, then I started considering, then I remembered that he's full of bullshit based on the other evidence.
You remembered that he was full of bullshit based on me telling you he was lying.
I don't think that's true. I brought it up. I brought up Man on Guard bullshitting.
Okay, alright, okay, it's fine. We can move on from this.
Provided the suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there's a possibility the defendant himself knew it was a fake. But most definitive of all, we have heard from the assassin himself the name of his client. Mr. D. Killer's client who requested the murder was not the Mr. D. Killer's client who requested the murder was not the defendant at all. If you growled out a no, it didn't get it.
No!
There it is. With all this evidence... Hi, kid. I'll shut you out in just a second.
It's Kid!
Wait, did you beat Battle, by the way? With all this evidence, it is obvious to me that this means Mr. Matt on guard is innocent. Alright, Phoenix, how are you going to drag the trial out for 20 more minutes?
I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please, continue your discussion and call me when you have reached a verdict.
Bailiff, please bring Miss Adrian Andrews in immediately.
What now? With the way this is going, Engard will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya.
Yeah, but Edgeworth is right. D-Killer is lying. Spelling this out for any players who might have been dumb enough to fall for it.
Uh-huh.
And on guard, my client, I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I win this? Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant?
Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelley DeKiller is certainly lying under oath.
It wasn't me! Listen, everyone, please. That testimony just now was all one big lie!
Miss Andrews,
Suicide note may have been a fake. But that man, Matt, he is the reason Celeste died. Ron's death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. That testimony just now, you have to believe me. It was a horrible, horrible lie.
but Mr. D-Killer himself has testified. He has named you as his client.
Oh my god, I'm not showing up at all from that. Discord. No! That's not true!
Wonder if there's something else we can use other than Discord that's more reliable, because it's insane.
The noise canceling is so weird.
Also, there is quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife and the button, donning the nickel samurai costume. But we've been over this. It's just...
But that's...
You even have a motive. I'm playing prosecutor now, because Edgeworth doesn't want to. We know that Miss Celeste Impacts is a large part of your life.
That's the way to put it.
Boy, they love showing us this picture. I think
Yeah.
we've seen this picture 50 times now.
Probably.
You wanted to follow her, and you wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. Correct, Omnicore. I would say you have plenty of reasons to want them both dead.
Hey, no! Mr. Wright! You know the truth! Tell them! Tell them the real story, what the real killer is! Tell them! Please, help me!
Yes, I know the truth. Mr. Wright! Yes, Your Honor. I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions. I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do? We're betting it all on Gumshoe, folks!
We gotta... Phoenix.
Girl, I know. Girl, I know. I can't do it, Mia. I can't accept I'm not guilty.
You are a lawyer.
I know. But Matt on guard is a killer. A murderer. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, then I am no better than On Guard. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact that it is because of Edgeworth that I now know the real truth. He could have gotten On Guard convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust. I never thought about it until now. I trust him?
Can we get the dog again?
Dog override. Everybody!
Yeah. Yes, you do.
Mr. Wright, your opinion, please. The defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. the Killer. Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright?
Right.
But that witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done. I'm not done yet. To see through this witness's lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor. There's still more evidence to look at. And I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur. Boy, you are running on fumes, buddy. Very, very well. The trial will continue. Mr. Edgeworth, please reestablish connection with Mr. the Killer.
Right away, Your Honor. Has a verdict been reached? Before that, we would like to talk with you a little more. About... all you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need me for? Well... actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. That is how things are usually done.
What is he talking about? Usually done? But what shall we have him testify about now?
Mr. the Killer, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail. You legal people and your procedures. Is it any wonder no one likes to go to court? As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime.
Love how you spat out the tampering.
My client did it to frame another for the crime. while pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Carita was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules.
This is a most unexpected turn of events for the 5th time now? However, this time, everything has finally been revealed. You have a lot of fucking confidence on that one, Judgy boy.
Yeah. Just a second, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth.
We still have the cross-examination to do.
But you don't need to question testimony like this. I love believing radios.
Ow, finally, everything has been revealed. Time to take a big bite of my cereal.
Yeah, Judge needs his Subway Surfer back. Do you, Mr. Wright? Your Honor, the defense will question the witness. As if I have a choice here! Why? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. If you scrutinize the testimony, then I'll expose the lies in that oh-so-beneficial testimony, I suppose. I don't understand what's going on anymore. Thanks, two of us. Let's see. We'll push on it all. Let's find the hole. What is it, Mr. Wright? If I press him the wrong way, it might raise suspicions on his end. But I have to do something to waste more time. Witness. About requesting a hit.
Real great line of question, Nick. Yes.
How much is your fee?
I see you are also quite a dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney.
Huh?
If you would like to talk business, we can do so after the trial. I know what you are! Somebody who wants to request a hit!
Mr. Wright! Yes? You want to kill me! You want me dead, don't you? What? Why would you think something like that? You're guilty, Mr. Phoenix Wright! You are hereby declared guilty!
Witness, let's continue. Why did you disclose the name of your client? They are your client, are they not?
I'm glad the judge clearly actually didn't go through with that temper tantrum, huh? I would think that most people wouldn't be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill.
If I had a problem with such a thing, I wouldn't be very effective at my job.
Ah, yeah. Well, change in occupation might be good for you.
However, I will say this. Even though I am the one that does the deed, my clients are always the real guilty party. That goes without saying, Mr. the Killer. And their fate is to live with the knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders. However, my client this time thought that they could run away from their guilt.
He went on for a while here.
He did. There's a lot.
Are you talking about the button and the knife?
Yes, and my business card.
Oh, this card.
So that no one has to waste their time, including the police. I always make it a point to make things as easy as possible.
You try to make things easy.
Excuse me.
You're good.
My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service.
He's pretty devoted to his work.
But to disregard everything, to go and stab the deceased with a knife, and even hide my card from sight, that is something I cannot overlook.
It's really hard to tell her if he's truthful or not without him being here. I mean, Phoenix. I know I'm the dumbass. You have to be smarter than this, King. So you're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing?
That is correct. Usually most people try to create an alibi for themselves. If you should use my services, Mr. Attorney, I would suggest you plan for your alibi too.
No, I already told you. I have no intent of using your services. Ever. Why does he keep looking at me like I'm the one on trial here? Did she? From the very beginning.
That is correct. From before my client visited the room. All of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times.
Yeah, how about the cat, though? Wonder if that's really true.
That's odd.
So, I'm gonna keep pushing on other things, but I do want to stop and think about here. Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Carita was dead.
Edric did say that this statement was odd.
Yeah, I immediately thought that was weird.
Yeah, I'm sure you're not trying to save face for earlier. I'm sorry, I'm being mean. I'm sorry.
You better
I'm
be.
Sorry.
So, let's see, there's a few angles we can come at this here. Seems like Nickel Samurai was to confess something. Let's see. I think that's I'm trying to figure out exactly how we can point out that that's bullshit. So, Adrian Andrews knew from the very beginning that Juan Carita... I'm trying to remember her original testimony of when and why she went in the room.
She went in the room because Juan was supposed to appear in the stage show. Afterward, she wanted to check in with him. And from there, she stated that she entered the room. She had believed that Juan had some sort of hissy fit, knocked everything over, and then was just kind of resting on the chair. She did not believe that he was dead when she entered the room, which is when from there she went to I mean, if I keep going, I'm going to tell you the answer.
Yeah, you don't have to keep going. Let's see, do we have the autopsy report in here?
Yeah, it doesn't really tell us anything here.
No.
TBH.
Not really. Yeah, so... Alright, let's keep stepping through for the moment. That is weird. That's probably it, but let's keep going here for the moment, just in case.
Okay, alright.
We'll push on this too. So, why do you think your client did that?
What do you mean by why?
Well, fiddling around at the scene of the crime is really risky. Why would someone who's requested a murder go to the crime scene anyway? That is true.
I assume it was probably done to frame Mr. Engard.
That's the case. Then why didn't the person just request that you do it?
Sadly, that is not possible.
Huh.
My job is to kill. That is all. And to leave my business card behind naturally. The business card is so my clients may escape blame. To protect them is my duty. Even if they say it's for revenge, setting someone else up to take your fall.
Alright,
It
we'll
was a
bump
nice
on...
transitional sentence.
Yep, it really was. And that's all you have to testify.
Yes, and I pray that I will never be called to the stand again.
Again? As in you plan to continue?
I must, as I have yet to find a person to take my place and then become the fourth successor. Actually, how would you like a new life, Mr. Attorney?
Good threat. Excuse me? No, I'm fine, really. Are you really now? Wonder what kind of man the judge thinks I am now.
What are you going to do now, Phoenix?
All I can do now is expose the lies.
That's true. However, you realize it would be very bad for our client, right?
I'm so confused. One thing I know for sure is I can't let this trial end yet. Alright, let's see.
You're gonna have to head back to that suspicious statement. Which was Adrian Andrews knew from the very beginning that Juan Carita was dead.
Yep, alright, let's see. What counteracts that?
What evidence do we have that signifies she did not know?
Let's see, so from the beginning, let's talk through it bit by bit, because it's going to be something silly. I'm going to be overlooking something silly, so let's think through it bit by bit. Let's see, so we have a photo that we have the photo of the Nickel Samurai, glossy photo,
important.
not particularly interesting, lovely.
Not important.
Not important, no. Radio transceiver, not important.
Not important.
Lada's camera, she had no interaction with this. Magazine clipping, this gives us backstory.
It's not relevant.
No, it's not relevant. Map, I don't think is relevant at this point. Guitar case, let's see. There is some water, but only on the top of the lid. Bears Carita's fingerprints. Let's see, is this relevant?
Adrienne entered the room. She believed that Juan was sleeping. What did she do next, Gloop?
She went looking for the bear.
No. You are skipping forward. She only did that after she realized he was dead.
Yeah, she tried, yeah, so let's see. She
was
tried.
going to wake him up. She was going to do something for him if he was going to wake up.
She poured him the glass of juice.
Huh? That's true.
I feel like this wine glass has been the evidence a lot, but
Yeah, sometimes it is. Sometimes that's how it is.
thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. the Killer.
What is the meaning of that attitude?
When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea Juan Carita had been murdered. But how do you know that? From this wine glass, Your Honor, which has come up over and over. It is really, really fun that this completely innocent, silly little act of pouring a glass of tomato juice has come up over and over and over. From this wine glass, Your Honor. The glass. Mr. the Killer's supposed client thought Mr. Carita had only fainted. Which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim. But isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan? That is not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this planned, they would have never left their fingerprints behind. I see your point. I assume at this point we're looking at a concept of the tomato glass and not the actual glass. Mr. Edgeworth, what's your opinion?
I guess, sure. Strangely enough, I had the exact same thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon?
Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail?
I'm glad we're getting to stress the killer out. You deserve this, buddy.
It's not a very important point anyway, correct?
I'm afraid you are mistaken.
Edgeworth is having fun too. Everyone's having fun.
If Adrian Andrews really is your client as you claim, then your client should have had knowledge of Mr. Carita's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all.
How strange.
Yes.
Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation?
Phoenix? If the killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble.
Yeah, I know. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence.
Sorry.
Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you.
Anyway, I am positive there was a contradiction in that testimony. The prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken. Do you remember when I said that using the word anyway was the mark of a weak fool? Don't worry about it. Anyway.
I mean, also, I don't think that this situation really counts because
I know.
well,
I'm just.
yeah, I know.
I'm
It's
connecting
funny.
it back to the
It's
previous
funny.
thing. It's funny.
Right now, I have to buy us more time. We wait for the items the killer left behind to get here. I just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items.
This request came to me about a week ago. It was a request for my services on the night of the awards ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust my memory, and I believe I have made no mistakes.
So you physically met your client, huh?
That is correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. What?
What a tiny kitten sneeze.
What's wrong
That
with
was adorable.
Thank you, Kenster. I wish that had happened in the middle of, like, voicing the judge in, like, an angry moment. Mr. Wright, get your client to do control!
That would have been very funny.
Yeah. Alright, we'll push on this. 1 week ago, are you sure?
Yes, I am quite sure. I, of course, had my own preparations, and I was barely able to finish. When you request my services, Mr. Attorney, I hope you will keep that in mind.
Please, stop.
In any case, my client this time had a very specific date and time in mind.
Specific date and time. Did you ask why on that specific night?
No. I tried to fulfill all the conditions of my client's request. But as for why, I only had my suspicions.
Your suspicions, huh? So what are these suspicions you had? Why did your client request that night?
I'm sure it was all for the bear. The bear. I'm sure it was all for the bear.
Wait, did Adrian Andrews know that the bear was gonna be there, or that?
Yeah,
the...
she did.
Okay.
Remember,
she
she
did,
was looking for it in the
Yeah,
in the hotel room.
yeah. She was. That's right. The bear.
The bear. My client spoke of this bear.
Spoke of the bear. It's good.
The bear. I'm sure there will be a bear-shaped figurine in one courageous room.
If anything, they kind of undersold it. There's a lot of bear-shaped shit
There
in
were a
there.
lot of bears in that room. However, there was only one bear-shaped figurine. I would like you to retrieve that item for me.
Must be talking about the bear puzzle.
Inside that figurine was a suicide note. Naturally, the victim brought it with him to his hotel room. He was planning to publicly disclose its contents at the press conference, after all. That is correct. And if I had not done the job that night, I would not have known where that bear figurine was. The bear figurine.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? It was important, yeah. The testimony just now has made one thing clear. And that is... the client knew the secret of the bear figurine.
The bear.
I mean, both of the potential clients did.
Yeah. It's a little weak, Phoenix. Why is everyone so quiet? Mr. Wright, I think all of us already knew that. Oh, really?
Witness, please continue with your testimony.
I love that I can do that it's set up like it's gonna be the big spring into, you know, Phoenix doing his thing where he barrels ahead and it's like, nope, just kidding.
Yep.
Very funny. So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right?
Of course I did.
What was that? What was with the brief pause?
Well, no big deal.
Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details.
I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I have never taken requests by telephone or mail.
My
I
DMs
also
are
do not
open.
know what the internet is.
We went in different directions with that. I was gonna say my DMs are open, though. I'm literally killing you in the quote retreats.
Uh-huh. And why is that? That is because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else.
We love saying that phrase.
And the only way to establish that is to speak one to the client while looking them in the eye.
Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance?
Was it actually important?
Okay, so here's the thing. Would he have a way of, let's see, would he have a way of knowing what Adrian Andrews looks like?
I don't know.
I'm thinking it through here. Let's see. So in the real version of events, he murks Juan, and then pretty much immediately, yeah, so in the real version of events, he murks Juan, hands the bear off to Matt, and pretty much immediately goes and, kidnaps Maya and makes himself scarce.
Yeah.
He didn't run into Adrian at any point there. And
Yeah.
yeah, I am gonna say it was important. Let's see if I get yelled at, but, you know, if he's met her, I want him to tell us, you know, what she looks like and things like that.
Okay.
Because I could see him doing a slip-up, like, yeah, we were eye to eye, and I'm like, were
I
you?
think
She's
you're
short.
thinking. I think you're thinking correctly.
Or we might get yelled at in a comedic scene here, which would be funny. Swipe right if you need to be stabbed tonight. Hit me up so I can hit you up.
Great.
Of course, it was very important, Your Honor. If Mr. the Killer had met his client before the murder, then it's unlikely he's mistaken. So you're saying that his client really was Adrian Andrews? Okay, this isn't going how I thought it would. I guess so.
You actually might want to try this one again.
You see, it was just as I said.
Calm down, Phoenix. Think carefully and relax.
Now then, would the witness please continue? Alright, let's see then. Let's go back in here. So, let's press further and go in the other direction. Let's see. Alright, let's get that option up again, and...
Yeah,
right,
because all he was talking about there was just his trust relationship, which we know all about.
Yep.
It's the thing.
Why he meets his clients is not important, and that wasn't the point. Okay, here we go. This is what I wanted to fucking talk about. Witness,
Yeah.
please stop sidestepping my questions.
What do you mean by that?
My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person?
I've already told you, Mr. Wright. I did. It was only through talking with him face to face that I began to trust him.
You fucking idiot.
You know, you actually pointed this out, like, the moment we met Adrian. You pointed out that her name is, like, extremely androgynous. You immediately ask, is Adrian a girl name or a boy name? Or non-specific, is what I
That's
remember
hysterical.
you saying.
That's hysterical.
You pointed it out immediately, and in the back of my mind, I was like, don't say anything!
That's so fucking funny. Yeah,
Don't
see,
say anything!
This is another case that, you know, wouldn't work in modern times because, you know, in 2024, any decent killer is going to be, let me get your name and your pronouns.
Yeah, it does mean that the killer hasn't been watching any of the news coverage, but the other thing is that, like, he has been, like, on the run from the police this whole time, too. So, yeah, it's not that surprising, I guess.
That's when I thought, I can trust this person as a client.
It's true what they say about talking face to face. Okay, that was very important. If I heard what I think I heard just now, then I think I've got him. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now is of the utmost importance. Huh? Really?
If that's the case, witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony.
Phoenix is the only person who noticed this.
It was incredibly fucking blatant.
Everybody else was just like not paying attention.
Or the other thing, the judge genuinely didn't notice. Edgeworth absolutely caught it, but the goal of this is for us to go on as long as possible.
Right,
so
right,
he
right.
was like, all right, let's beat around the bush some more. Let's see, are there pronouns on the,
You can just, it says woman, I guess.
It
yeah.
does! I'm gonna press on it here.
Really? Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah, let's see. Okay, so I guess we do have a little side conversation. It's funny that they bother doing this because it's
Yeah,
like,
I
come
mean,
on.
well, they have to, just in
Yep.
case you do.
But as we know now, that was not how it turned out, correct? See, I'm role-playing him in the story. We're delaying for Maya's sake.
What do you mean?
Adrian Andrews turned out to be a client who couldn't stick to the rules, right?
Well, yes. I suppose you are correct.
So I'd like to check just one last time. Are you sure your testimony is accurate?
Alright, here we go. I guess they did make a point to write the word woman on this one.
They did, yeah.
Very funny that that was snuck in there. I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took the request at that time.
Yes, that is correct.
And that's when you thought he was trustworthy.
How many times must I repeat myself? Yeah, that is correct.
I'm sorry, but that is an impossible tale.
You met Adrian Andrews and you thought this manly man was a very trustworthy looking man. Yes, I thought he was incredibly masculine. He was brimming with masculine energy to the point that perhaps I thought maybe even he was a great lover of men. To be so masculine.
Yeah, I guess it is very funny that we're doing this plot point with his... I really struggle to think of someone who is a more girlier girl in this entire cast right now, except maybe Mia.
Well, and yeah. And also, she hates men. Like
She does, yeah.
She's been spitting about it the whole time.
Shelley DeKiller. You have never met the real Adrian Andrews.
Why would you say that? How dare you? You're hurting my feelings right now, trying to claim that I've never met my clients. Haven't I described my trust relationship so detailedly to you? I can't believe you would say something like this.
That is the second of the assassin's most vital important rules. You can't make me feel sad. Because you made one very big slip-up.
Yeah, Kenster. It is very explicitly that there is one line where DeKiller just says that Adrian is a man, and like the entire point of Adrian's name is that it's so in the Japanese version, Adrian's name is Kiryu Kamiya, which she is actually literally named after Hideki Kamiya because Shutakumi and Kamiya joined Capcom in the same year.
Oh, that's cute!
Yeah. So it is intentionally written that way, so that it is a name that like you could believe was a man's name or a woman's name. It is the exact same plot beat. Before this game, so I mentioned this before, but the first game came out here in America, and then we didn't really know anything about if there were going to be more eventually. And then I found out that there was a fourth game that got announced in Japan. And I thought to myself, oh my god, they're never going to release the other ones here. They're just going to go straight to this fourth game.
Oh, yeah, you told us the story.
Yeah, and so I was heartbroken that I wouldn't get to see more of what was denied to us. And so I actually looked at some information about future cases. And so, that was the only thing that I knew about this one, or one of the only things I knew about this one was that it was very important for some reason that her name was androgynous.
Very, very, very funny that this is, and I can't fucking believe I said it in the first place.
You did. It was so funny to me. So what is the issue? What did you just say now? About her?
If you had ever met Adrian Andrews in person, one look would have told you that she's a woman. That's a very funny idea for a whoopsie reaction. Order
Yeah.
in the court! Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this? This witness testified to the following. That he always meets face-to-face with his clients when taking their request. But he's never met Adrian Andrews in person.
Yes, Your Honor, that is exactly the point. That means Mr. DeKiller's client could not have been Adrian Andrews. Ms. Adrian Andrews, to put a point on it.
What the hell is that stuff supposed to be?
It's the fluid from inside of the radio. You know, you always put a ton of oil in your radio to make it run, right?
Sure.
It's the radio gasoline.
Yes. Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake?
I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor.
And yeah, what Irving said, they're stalling
Yeah.
as we're trying to resolve a hostage situation in the background. Her name.
Oh, it could be battery acid, I guess. Is battery acid brown? I've never really seen it.
I think it's
I've
brown,
always
yeah.
imagined it was like green, yellow-green or something. Yes, Adrian Andrews is without a doubt a very androgynous name.
Yes, I see.
Unluckily for Mr. DeKiller, the entire time he was on the stand, no one had stated Adrian Andrews' gender. In fact, there was one point where Phoenix, for some reason, referred to her with they-them pronouns and said, "this person."
I noticed that!
I'm not sure why he did that.
I
So he
noticed
simply
that!
picked the wrong gender to go with.
So my assumption on why he was doing that was that he was trying to avoid leading anybody else in the courtroom. Like, that
Right.
he was making a point to refer to who ordered it as generically as possible.
Right.
What? What is going on? Boy, we are layer after layer after layer in this adventure. Shelley DeKiller! This court demands an explanation.
I think somehow I must have mixed up this client with another. So does that mean you remember something different now? Yes, of course. You know, I take so many clients, I kill so many people. Sometimes it can be hard for me to separate them out in my head. It's all just a blur of blood, strangling, stabbing, killing.
I love that
Please.
part.
If you would allow me to testify once more.
Ugh, I just know he's gonna spit out more lies. Very well. But this time, please give us the truth and nothing but the truth.
Did you smooch the cat? Is that what that sound was?
No, I didn't want to make a big deal about it, but my hand sensor was glitching out a little bit, and it was making my arm look like it was doing something interesting and inappropriate, so I slid it away
okay.
real quick.
I didn't see what your arm was doing
Okay,
because
cool.
I have the feed covering like most of the stream, not all of.
Cold damage, I was trying hard not to say it, but yeah, I totally looked
Great.
like that.
Yeah, great. We can move on.
Yes, now I remember. I took that request by mail.
The fuck?
I've completely changed my opinion on taking requests by mail. There have been times when I took a job without having met my client. The request was for the murder of one creator and 2 or 3 other small things.
2 or 3 other small things.
When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man.
So you took this job through a letter. Okay, before we do the cross-examination, I am so sorry. I got it. I have to go to the bathroom so bad. I have been hanging
Go
on
for it.
an
Do
hour
it.
here.
Do it. Do it. I'm gonna fill up my water and then entertain the people. I think.
Okie dokie, I'm gonna turn on some music. I will be right back, y'all.
Phoebe, hi.
Phoebe,
Welcome,
please shout her out. I'm
Raiders.
so sorry.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. I'll be back.
It's okay. We're gonna get right back to it soon, Phoebe. It's fine. How are you doing? What's up? I hope you're having a good one. Okay, apparently I spelled your name wrong. What? What am I spelling incorrectly here? What have I done wrong? Oh my god, there's only one L. Incredible. Great, hello. Has Andrews been summoned as a witness yet or no? I mean, she has in the past, yes. How are you all doing? What is up? Oh, network transmission. Yeah, I thought that you already finished that. Did it really? Just like... Me at the Starbucks asking, is that Vivi with one L or two? Awesome. Known Vivi for 2 years and you never noticed it has one L. Thank you! You thought you were at the end, but you weren't. I'm so sorry. It's so tragic when that happens. It's so upsetting and sad when that happens. I really need to get water. I was trying to entertain the Raiders since they just got here. I'm sorry, Gloop, can I trade off to you? Oh, she's not actually here. I just heard her for a moment. She was muttering. Did any of you hear her? Okay, the Raider says I can get water, so I'm going to do that. I'll be right back.
I'm back.
Okay, well, I still need water.
Go get water.
Take
Thank
over
you so
for me.
much. Yeah, I got it. Hello, y'all. What's poppin'? We're gonna hang out in the void for just one more moment. And then socialize. Yeah, I had baby gamer rage at the game. There were too many twists and turns, and I was like, this is horrible. I want to go do something else. Also, yeah, Vivi, what were you up to? What was going on? Oh, Digimon. God, I need to play Digimon one of these days. Fucked up that Digimon exists and I've never played the game. That's on me. That's a personal reflection on me, if anything. This case is so exciting. We're cross-examining a fucking radio. It's good. Oh, I gotta play Mega Man Network. It's funny. I've talked to a bunch of people about it. I really actually need to sit down and play the damn thing. Ah. You basically had to beat the game twice? Oh no.
Okay, hi. I
Hello.
got myself some orange juice.
Oh, that's
I decided
wonderful.
to be healthy with it.
Not tomato juice?
I don't got that. I don't have
that's
that on
unfortunate.
me. I
That's
also kind of
unfortunate.
hate tomato.
You know, tomato is one of those things. I love tomato. I can completely understand somebody not liking tomato.
Yeah.
Made it to the end and lost and realized you hadn't saved since the beginning of the stream. Oh no, I'm so sorry.
I'm
I
so
would
sorry.
scream. I would crawl and down and that sucks.
That
I'm
is
so
so
sorry.
upsetting.
Alright, here we go. So you took this job through a letter. I didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony. Which means he's definitely lying, as opposed to earlier when he was also lying.
Be careful, Phoenix.
I want to kill you, by the way, Phoenix.
If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us.
I know, I can't make him suspicious. But I think we're okay. Like, we can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me. So they really did not realize they were setting up like a gay thing here, right? Like,
No, at this point they knew.
okay, good. Okay, good. Because I'm like, you gotta be kidding.
At this point they knew.
No matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it. This is also a really fun way to make, like, the return of Edgeworth be so exciting. It's like, we're not against him. We are teamed up with him. And we're teamed up with him by doing what everybody loves and having them at each other's throat.
Yeah.
Now then, let's begin the cross-examination.
Yeah. Now I remember. I took that request by mail.
I'm gonna push on the weird bit first, and then come back to the others if we need to.
Okay.
I will hydrate Williams. I'm glad I grabbed another beverage. I think that they didn't, though, because Fire, you know the truth here. Were they weren't originally written romantically or anything like that.
So, okay. The answer is complicated in that it was not the original idea, but during production of the first game, it kind of became clear because of some of the other people on staff who were like, this is really juicy, and from there it was like, well, we leaned into it a little bit. Though I do remember that at one point I remember reading that Shutakumi tried to lean into it a little too hard at some point, and then Suikane, I think, was the big supporter of this, I believe. She was the original character designer and visual design for like the objection bubbles and stuff on the GBA version. Not what we're seeing now. They were much smaller on the GBA because they didn't have very much space. And she was like, no, it's better when you're not really doing it on purpose. So
It really is. And it's more fun for everyone that way, Rose. Also, I just realized it's May 31st, 11 p.m. in California here.
That's
it's only
right.
57 minutes until Pride Month.
That's right.
You know, depending on how long this goes, we might finish this case during Pride Month.
That's right.
That's exciting. All right, let's go.
How exciting.
All right, I'm going to push on this bit. 2 or 3 other things.
Yes.
And what were these other things?
A few other things that have nothing to do with this case.
Does anyone else? Sorry to go back to my Discord noise canceling troubles.
Yeah, go for it, though. What's poppin'?
Does anybody else think that it's kind of fucked up that when I do like this really light, quiet, low, rumbly, masculine voice, it goes through totally fine, but when I did like the higher pitched, like, but sad girl voice, it didn't? Does anybody else think that that's kind of fucked up?
I think we should mute the game, play the chase music from this game, and just move straight to the accusation. Discord, you're homophobic. Or sexist.
Discord is misogynistic.
There, that's the word. Thank you.
IMO.
What should I do? Should I let him slide with that? It'd be really bad if I pushed his buttons the wrong way and he got mad.
Push his buttons. Do
Push
it.
his buttons! Hey, Love Slug, what's poppin'? Alternate, what's up? How you doing? Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide.
Attorney.
Yes. I'll shout you in just a second, by the way.
Everything I've said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client. Which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue with this cross-examination.
Oh, cool. You're doing Spyro. I have to sit down and play the Spyro games at some point.
Genuinely, Omnicore, I genuinely think it's misogynist. I genuinely think that whatever fucking training they did on the noise canceling thing just did not have any women in it.
I mean, it took us until my lifetime to get band-aids for black people. I think that sometimes people are just not out of their shit
God.
together. Yeah. Oh, Phoenix has realized something, huh?
Could it be that you were planning to betray your own client?
I love the angry radio.
It's very good, right?
That's...
I smell the stench of a backstabber. And should you turn out to be one,
Whoa, wait! Uh-oh, this is looking really bad. I shouldn't press my luck. Alright, I have to think. Is this worth pursuing? Fire, I'm gonna ask you an honest question.
Okay.
Normally, I don't like you to give me any information.
Uh-huh.
Is there any way to, like, non-standard game over and have to do a bunch of the game over again?
There is in this case. There is a bad ending in this case. It is not at this point.
There's a bad ending in this case. Wow.
Yup.
But if it's okay, it's not at this point. Basically, I was asking, but yeah, you can tell the reason I was asking is I was like,
Right.
I don't want to push him and be like, all right, Maya dies, and then we're like 3 hours back from the save file.
Yeah. I mean, you could also just save the game.
All right, we can do that. Actually, throwing a save down here is not a bad idea, because if there is a bad ending part, I would like to get the good ending. I don't know if we'll do it tonight. We'll see what happens, but certainly I'd like to not screw the pooch.
I would like to finish the game.
I would like to finish the game tonight. I think we can do it. Okay, let's press. Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what those other jobs your client requested were.
if it is truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice.
Actually, it was good to keep going the way we did.
It was good. They were just trying to scare you.
Yeah, they were.
They
Also,
just
actually,
wanted you to feel a little stressy-wessy.
also, if, like, we had pushed on him and he had made that threat, and then we'd been like, right, I'm sorry, that would have exposed that we are trying to betray him, because he would have been like, wait, what the fuck? Like, you, I totally called you out, dude. Yeah, now I'm murking Maya. Fuck you.
Uh-huh.
The bear figurine.
The bear figurine. Hold on. The bear figurine.
The bear figurine. After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing. And you know, it's quite a nice change of pace to do a little larceny as well.
And where was that figurine?
It was inside Mr. Creeder's suitcase.
And then, what did you do next?
I handed it over to my client right away.
You gave it to your client. Interesting. This information certainly sounds important to me. Let's see, whose testimony was... Oh, it was back during Powers' testimony where, we got that the killer handed it to Matt.
That's right.
Well, handed it to the Nickel Samurai.
That's right.
Witness, please include what you just stated in your testimony.
As you wish.
Now, let's see. Do I have anything that explicitly
Remember what Adrian's motivations are. Think about Adrian Andrews' motivation. Think about the things that she's told us she wanted to do.
She wanted to destroy the note.
That's right. So why does the note still exist if he gave the bear to her?
Because, well, obviously because you didn't give the bear to Adrian Andrews, but I'm trying to find the spot to push in here. All right, let's have a little further conversation with the killer about this.
Okay.
I found this figurine at Mr. Engarde's mansion. If you gave it to Miss Andrews, then what's it doing there?
I was waiting for her there. It was also part of the plan to frame Mr. Engarde, I'm sure.
That makes a lot of sense. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any problems with this piece of testimony? Yep, let's see if there's a contradiction. So the killer says he gave the figurine to Miss Andrews. But I know somewhere in that
Interesting.
statement
Huh.
there's a contradiction.
Huh. Interesting. Okay.
What? Oh.
You could have also just presented the evidence on that as well, but it
Okay,
looks
cool.
like it's letting you do it either way.
And yet, I know if I present something trivial here.
He will cut the connection on his end. And probably something else too. If you want to make a strong point, Phoenix, you have to present strong evidence.
She's right. So now what, Dr. Wright?
Dr. Wright? Like from Sim City?
Alright, let's see. So do we have,
Very
I-
funny that he's just sitting next to himself in the profiles.
why is he smaller?
He is! That's weird!
Why is he smaller?
Why is he smaller?
Alright, let's see. Let's look through our evidence regarding there. Let's see. Found inside the figurine tells of Engarde's horrible misdeeds. Let's see. I think we're looking at it here, but let me actually think through how this would work. 'Cause I don't think there's anything like trivial up here to talk about. Like, I don't think it's any of this other stuff. Let's think about the suicide note here. Me and my evil red demon version of myself chilling. Yeah, so the note tells of... Let's see, so the note tells of Engarde's horrible misdeeds. Wouldn't... If you're on guard and you don't want a bunch of stuff about your horrible misdeeds getting out, wouldn't you just destroy it? Wouldn't Matt on guard want to just destroy it?
Shrug.
Alright, we just saved a second ago anyway, so I guess I'm gonna go ahead and present this, because let's
Why
think through-
not?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything else here that, jives. Because, yeah, that's the biggest thing, is the bear... The purpose of the bear is the suicide note. Why would On Guard want the bear back? He would be like, destroy it, get in there and destroy it. And the other thing, we talked about this even a little bit before. Only Creed, let's see, I don't know that particularly matters right now, but only Andrew and Creed is knowing how to open it. Because it doesn't matter, because just break the fucking thing. Trash it, ruin it. Okay, cool. Witness, let's go over this one more time. You gave Miss Andrews the bear figurine. And she told you to take the bear and wait for her at On Guard Mansion. That's already kind of weird. Is that correct?
Yes. Where are you going with this?
Well, I think maybe you might have remembered a few things incorrectly. What?
Dot.
It's a battle of wits. I can't let up on him. I don't think it's possible for Miss Andrews to have been the recipient of this bear. Alright, I'm going with this because it's what I said, and we just saved a second ago, so... let's party.
Gloop, I gotta say, none of your logic made any fucking sense. You're coming at it from the complete wrong angle, but you got the right answer, so whatever. You were like, well, obviously Matt would have wanted to destroy this too, and like, I don't think it matters that he couldn't have gotten into the bears, etc. Like, nothing you were saying was right, but you came to the correct evidence, so whatever.
So we're good! Alright, let's see what obvious thing
I had
overlooked
no
is.
idea what you were trying to say. Oh no, I had some idea what you were trying to do there, is that you were trying to imagine like how you could make it be that like Matt couldn't be the recipient of this because he didn't want it to sound like you were selling Matt out and make the killer mad, but none of what you were saying made sense.
I still haven't 100% gotten it. Let's see what the case is. Shelly to killer. If you had really given the bear to Miss Andrews, then this item should not have been inside it. Oh, okay, that's much simpler. Because, yeah, she's the only one who could get into it.
Yeah, she could have gotten into it and she would have destroyed the note immediately.
Yeah.
This item.
Yeah, that's much more straightforward.
I'm actually not familiar with the contents of the bear. I thought that perhaps Miss Andrews was simply covetous of such a charming little figurine. Personally, I also thought it was quite charming.
I see where you're going.
Yep, that's where I'm going. Where is everyone going? Do I need to... me and the judge on the same page again. Keep it simple as possible. Your Honor, please think back on Miss Andrews' testimony.
And I was going to burn it. For her sake.
Yeah, so I did have that bit. It was just, there was a much more straightforward solution to whatever the hell I was trying to figure out.
You're so funny, Gloop. Hi, Kit.
Hi, Kit.
Are you watching us from inside of your blankets?
Is
I
it
approve
blankie
of
mode?
this if that is the case.
Are you blankie maxing?
Yeah.
If even for a single minute this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands, I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burned it. Order! So that's where you two were going!
So by the very fact that this suicide note was still inside the bear, it tells us that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle.
Which means...
It means, Your Honor, that it is impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client.
Order!
Mr. Phoenix Wright.
The radio does it when it gets mad, it's funny.
The radio is allowed to break sometimes, it's fine. It fixes itself.
I'm sure I mentioned this before. How I hate traitors above all else.
Don't call them the lovers.
Don't call them the lovers!
It's too correct. It's too trill.
I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of our agreement.
No, that's not.
If that's enough, if that is your intention, then there is only one thing for me to do.
Wait, please.
Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to.
Maya's gonna channel Mia, and when he's momentarily caught off guard, she's gonna kick his ass.
That would be pretty funny. That would be pretty awesome if that happened.
No, not. Please, not that. Please wait.
Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end, and I may stay my hand. Otherwise...
What in the... Mr. Wright! Are you... Objection! You will see by this message that your testimony has been proven false by a remote recent autopsy report. Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor?
I didn't understand this witness's outburst just now. Do you think there's a need to understand more testimony, or is this enough?
Well, we should...
Edgeworth, we can't do this! If we keep this up, Maya, she'll...
The prosecution...
What has come over everyone? Even you are...
The prosecution rests.
What is going on around here?
The prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor.
What? Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is a most unusual situation. If the prosecution rests with no further questions, then the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that is the case, then even though I am reluctant, I must believe that Mr. DeKiller's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Shelley DeKiller's client is Adrian Andrews. Mr. Wright! Yes, Your Honor. If I end the trial here, right now, then your client, Matt Ungard, would be declared innocent. And in his place, Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder. Miss Andrews would be charged with murder! The prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring down the defendant Matt Ungard to the stand.
The items from DeKiller's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could, but it looks like our time has run out.
Can't believe it.
The outcome now lies in your hands. If only Gloop had remembered Franziska and her tracking device before. Yeah, it's all down to you, Gloop. You really fucked it up.
Dude, did the old guy finally decide?
To be honest, I can't think of you as a truly innocent and good person. You have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But at least on the charge of murder, it would appear you're innocent. Omnicore, we did that. we did the note being fake.
That doesn't mean that doesn't mean it didn't happen. I've decided I'm gonna be evil anyways. I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out.
But Mr. On Guard!
What an atrocious lawyer I have, giving up his own client like this. And that refreshing like a spring breeze crap, it's just as atrocious, don't you agree? I love being a piece of shit. I'm tired of pretending to be a silly little himbo. I'm going full shit mode.
I mean,
Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer?
It's cognac, which is how you know he's evil. Yep, totally. He's drinking the battery acid the killer radio is leaking.
Oh, okay.
Should I side with the justice, or should I save Maya's life? Side with justice, not the justice.
Yeah, this isn't... this isn't an arcade game that got translated in 1992. You better get in guard a guilty sentence, okay?
But if I did that, Maya will die. But if I say he's innocent... then Miss Andrews will be charged as the murderer. Do I say he's guilty or not guilty? Either choice I make, someone's life is gonna end. It all hinges on what I choose. Now then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter. If the person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews, then your client, Mr. Mad on Guard, is innocent of murder, though very guilty of fucking sucking so fucking bad. Holy shit.
There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer is going to say what I want, aren't you? Right.
I can't do this, but I have to decide something. Oh, I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart.
So, it's not very clear here, but in the game, it literally just, like, it removes your access to the court record and the menu when he says he can't count on the evidence anymore.
That's very funny.
What is it, Gloop? Moral choices in gaming.
He's guilty as shit.
Okay.
What do you think I'm gonna do? Not pick guilty? The whole lesson we've been learning is that the truth matters no matter what. That has been like the entire broad arc of the game. Alright, cross your fingers,
What about
folks.
Maya? Don't you care about Maya, Gloop?
I care about Maya immensely. As long as this bastard doesn't place a phone call, we're still okay.
Alright, okay.
Yeah, we've got Pearl now, and the lesson of the game is that men suck, actually.
That's true, yes.
They're actually setting up to pull the rug out and say, actually, when you follow the truth, you lose. Game over.
So true. It's entirely possible. You don't know.
Well, we're about to. We're waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Matt, on guard, your client deserves an answer. Maya, I'm sorry. Finally, Christ alive, woman! Franziska von Karma!
That is right! That is my name! I am here to save your foolish, foolish ass!
What are you do? Ow!
You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix, right? This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off of that scruffy fool. Did you bring them? The final pieces, do you have them? You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Von Karma is perfect in every way. The evidence is here in perfect condition.
But what if Gumshoe fucked up the evidence because he trashed his goddamn car?
Don't worry about Scruffy. He's fine. His injuries are minor.
He has no job in a totaled car, but he'll pull through.
All of the items are inside of this.
What a filthy old coat this is. That's Gumshoes. I can spot his tattered rags anywhere.
I apologize for its ugliness, but there was nothing else to wrap the items in.
I don't like the thought of poor Gumshoe. No car, no coat, no job. I fought long and hard this whole trial. All for what is inside that raggedy coat. I'm sure that inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. There's gonna be some stupid bullshit in here for sure. Well, actually, Franziska's involved here, and I don't think she would have kicked in the door like this if there was bullshit in the coat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence. Your final evidence?
What the fuck is he talking about? I don't get it. This trial is really weird.
This trial is already over. All that remains is for me to hand out my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial. But what?
Your Honor, it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence, down to the last. I request that Ms. Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence.
I suppose you are right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant you permission to do so. However, one obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring up any new points, then they will not be accepted by this court. Literally still thinking about the boo guy in the courtroom we made up earlier. He must be losing his shit right now.
This trial is fucking stupid! What are you talking about? None of this makes any sense anymore! Boo!
I don't even care whose side I'm on. Someone be declared guilty so I can go home. Now, Miss Von Karma, if you please.
These pieces of evidence are items left by the killer during his escape from the police.
He must have been in quite a rush.
Yes, Your Honor. The killer left 3 pieces of evidence.
Somewhere among the evidence we're about to see, there'll be something that'll turn this whole situation around. Oh, like a miracle. I'm sure of it.
That is all we can hope for. The first item is a pistol.
Does the killer's pistol have anything to do with this case?
I mean, ask for details. It doesn't matter. Like, it's not gonna lock you into the evidence. You should ask for the details no matter what.
Does that pistol have any relation to this case?
We have yet to perform a ballistics test, so I can't say anything for certain.
Yeah, I bet you have a personal grudge about this piece of evidence, don't you, Von Karma?
However, I believe it has something to do with this case. At least, with me.
She was actually, you know what? Thinking about the timeline by the hours, she was shot this morning, and it's like 1.
No,
2
she was
PM.
shot. She was shot yesterday morning.
She was not shot. Never mind. You're right. Yeah, she was shot yesterday.
Still insane that she is here right now, considering she was shot. Yeah, she is on a lot of painkillers right now. She is trying her absolute best to be perfectly coherent right now.
Listen, Phoenix, the walls are fucking melting. I am tripping balls from all the oxycodone. Do not fuck this
However,
up.
I have to be here. I have to end this trial. This was supposed to be my case. I have to make my mark. That is the pistol you used to shoot you, isn't it? That is what I believe, yes.
And yes, by the way, my father had to take off for like, what, 6 months? I needed 24 hours.
I am here right now. I am better than him.
Oh.
I kept the bullet pyramid from my shoulder as a sort of memento. I'm sure it will be an excellent sample for the test.
So that's the pistol that was used to shoot Franziska. Probably not gonna help us very much. Well, worth having in the record anyway.
She's so cool. The second piece of evidence is this videotape.
Bet the killer took that from On Guard Mansion. Have you checked the contents of the tape?
Unfortunately, there was no time to.
Oh, yeah.
But I would speculate that this tape is very important.
Why would you say that?
Because he came back to his hideout for it.
The killer went back for it.
That is right. It looks like he was trying to recover it.
Higher, not earlier. Don't worry, with all the pain meds she's on, higher is not a problem.
He injured 3 of the officers at the site. But somehow it looks like they managed to protect it from the killer. Surely the killer is no ordinary man. The last piece of evidence is this bellboy's uniform.
A uniform from the Gatewater Hotel. Was that used during the crime?
I am almost certain it was. There's even a pair of black leather gloves in one of the pockets. Mr. Phoenix Wright, do you ever think about the vase that looks like 2 guys?
That is all the evidence. I turns the case back over to you, Judge. Possibly 6 squirrels sitting up on the stand. I can't tell. Killer was wearing that the night of the murder.
There is one thing I found interesting about this uniform. And what is that? There is a button missing on this uniform. just like the button that was missing on the German ninja's costume. It is all connected. See, I have proven something in the case. It is like it is truly my case still, even. I am the one who is winning. A button?
Oh, sorry. I get excited about it.
It is a very unique button. I am sure if we were to recover it, it would provide us with an interesting clue.
One of its special buttons is missing, huh?
That is all I have to present, Your Honor.
It's just as I thought. And what is that, Your Honor? I'm sure, were we under normal circumstances, these items from Shelly the Killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing.
It is who is the client.
Yes, that is correct. And these 3 items do not tell us anything about that. I don't know what cameras are, so you be damned, I have no fucking clue that a videotape might have a video on it that's worth watching. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Von Karma. You may step down now.
Why would the video indicate anything about the client, though?
Oh.
Okay.
Maybe the very first bit of, very, very bit of it is him going, testing, 1, 2, 3, ow, fuck, too loud, like something like that.
Okay, it's possible,
Please allow me to examine this new evidence. Overruled. We've been here all fucking day, man. This court has already had the evidence that it needs in hand to hand down a verdict. His client sent in video. Sorry, I just remembered what Omnicore said.
His client sent in video applications for the murder request. Like it's a fucking 80s dating service?
I love it.
Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he?
Is this the end?
Phoenix.
I knew it. There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there? Honey, I want a big storm coming. Good.
I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make that miracle happen. You've come this far. You can't give up now.
But, no matter how you think about it, it's...
Try, for my sake. Just think about it for a second. There are 2 ways out of this situation for us. Understandable.
This smells like a bad end and a good... This sounds like this is how we bad end.
Understandable.
2 ways out of this situation for us. 2?
The first. Make Engard wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict.
Huh.
The killer will always place his client's wishes first. If Engard himself wishes to be convicted, then he will let his hostage go.
That may be true, but... that's asking me to do the impossible.
The second way... Force the killer to end his contract with Engard. If the killer were to no longer think of Engard as his client, then he would let Maya go.
Mia, that's even more impossible! He's a man who values his duty towards his clients above all else.
I know both of these seem like impossible feats at first. But if you could make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle.
Bigger problem is, the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. The pieces he was just shown, he's not accepting them.
Phoenix, think things through from the other side. Isn't that what has always worked for us?
The other side. Wait, does she mean... You mean to turn things around? Wow, I can't believe that we're doing a turnabout.
Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it?
The person who needs the evidence.
The defense, prosecution, and the judge. We have seen all the pieces of evidence. And that is how we have come to know the truth. Well, I don't know if the judge has come to know the truth, but, you know.
I don't know that the judge is good at knowing the truth in general.
But there is one person who has yet to see them all. And that person does not know the truth. That truth, it may be what will bring about the miracle in the end.
There are no objections this time, correct? Now then, I will pronounce my verdict.
Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids?
Here we go! I have already told you, Mr. Wright. This court does not need any more evidence. Sorry, the judge got a little less fancy.
It's okay. There. It's okay. We've been
I'm
going
not
a
saying
while.
It is us that needs the evidence, Your Honor.
Ugh.
Then you want to show that evidence to that person? Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, for you to ask with such passion, I will grant you one chance. One chance. Ugh. Please, show your evidence to who you think is the right person.
That is impossible to turn the situation around in one try!
One try, that is all I will permit.
Do you wanna save your game again?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and save my game here real quick.
So do you want to know specifically what's the difference between the regular ending and the bad ending?
Is it whether D Killer gets away?
No, I mean, like, what you do.
I suppose, yeah, what we do.
Okay, well, if you want to do the bad ending, do it wrong. You will get the bad ending if you fuck this up.
That's kind of what I figured was going to be the case.
Yeah.
Everything that has happened up to this point. Think, Phoenix, think. There must be a way to save Maya while taking on Guard down at the same time. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Who would you like to show evidence to?
Okay, so Gloop, are you going to do the bad ending, or are you going to do the regular ending right now?
We're gonna get it right. We're gonna get it right.
You want to get it right? Okay.
Why would we not want to get it right?
I don't know. Maybe you want to see the bad ending first. I'm just checking.
No, that's fair. That's fair. That being said, I do kind of want to see the good ending. Okay, let's think about this.
Understandable. Yes. Let's think about your thought processes. I will give you the ground rule of it is specifically the evidence that we are going to be thinking about is specifically only the 3 pieces of evidence that Franziska brought us.
Yes.
And we need to show somebody one of those pieces of evidence. What would cause the situation to change?
All right, let's see. Let's think about these pieces of evidence that we have here. Question. Has Mr. Obnoxious Boy Matt in front of us? He's seen all 3 of these pieces of evidence, right?
Yeah, he's been here the whole time.
Yeah, that's
He's been
what I
sitting
thought.
at the
Okay,
stand.
Cool. Let's see. The pistol is cool. I don't know that the pistol is necessarily part of it because at this point nobody's been shot other than Francisca, and there isn't really any,
it
isn't
is
really any
mostly
mystery there.
related to Francisca's involvement in the case.
Oh, of course. Snoozed an ad.
Oh boy.
Yeah, those always come up at terrible time. So it's between the tape. Because the killer tried to get it back violently. And the uniform, because here's the thing.
Yeah?
One of the
think the
buttons
button is
is
really important?
missing.
Yeah?
It's a weird detail to have here.
It is an
Francisca thought
odd
that it was
detail,
important.
that's true. Francisco seems to think that it could be interesting if they found the button.
Who would have the button? Who would have any connection to that?
Yeah, that's kind of a good question, right? Nobody knows where that button is.
Let's see. All right, so let's think about the button thing first. So, coming in and thinking about the context of the button first, who would know about the button? Also, actually, before I even do this,
Yeah?
how does this...
How does this change the situation?
Yeah,
If
how does
there-
this
if there
change
was a
the
button?
situation? Yeah, I was trying to figure out, like, how does this change the situation?
Remember, Mia said the two things that would save us from the horrible predicament we're in are if Nat decides he wants to be guilty, or the killer decides that Matt is no longer his client.
And... let's see, so thinking about... oh, well, so first off... the other thing to think about here is let's take a moment here to think about, like...
Sure. We can think about people that we
yeah,
want to show
who
evidence to.
haven't, who is not here who would not have seen these 3 things yet? Yeah, it's the
Okay.
attorney's badge. So, people who aren't here who we would want to show stuff to potentially are, of course, Shelly.
Yeah, the killer.
I mean, we recovered this stuff from Shelly.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he knows the, well, I mean, he would know what the significance of the gun is.
Yeah. He doesn't know the... yeah, let's see, so... let's see, so Shelly is someone we can potentially show stuff to because they're not here. They don't, like, they know that we have the tape, but they don't know that...
I'm actually not even sure if the killer is aware that we have these items in
Yeah.
court, at least. Like, he knows that they're gone.
Yeah. So that means that, Shelly DeKiller is the person that we might want to show evidence to. I don't think there's
Okay.
anybody else here. Let's see. So that's the killer again. You're quite deceased.
She is deceased, that's true.
You're innocent and really didn't have any dealings with, Shelly DeKiller. You didn't...
I mean, again, remember, the scenario is that we want to make Matt want to be guilty, or we want the killer to end his contract with Matt.
In a way, aren't those kind of the same thing? Because, like, the killer's code. So here's the thing. Let's think about what the killer went on and on and on and on and on about his code.
Yes.
And he even said that if somebody broke the code, that he would want to kill them for protection of, like, all his future clients and stuff.
Sure, yes.
Which means we need to bring up evidence to Shelly DeKiller that Matt was not obeying the rules about discretion. That Matt was not being a good boy and hiding,
True. Matt was not being a good boy, was he?
No, Matt was not being a good boy. He said himself, trust. So here's the thing. Killer went on and on and on and on and on about trust. But Matt broke that trust because not only did Matt spy on Juan the whole time, Matt specifically went out of his way to spy on the murder happening, and he created the evidence of the murder happening, and he kind of like... So...
What? Do you remember why Matt did that?
Let's see, I'm trying to remember. I think he did it because he didn't trust DeKiller. I'm trying to remember if he had more reasoning beyond that. I think his reasoning was he wanted to see it through. He wanted to see that there wasn't bullshit. Was that it? But here, actually, so we're not even being asked that right now. We're not even being asked for the evidence yet. We're only being asked who we'd like to show evidence to.
Right.
At this point,
and it sounds like you have an idea of who you want to show the evidence to.
I mean, looking at everybody else on this page, I really can't think of a single person here who either A, isn't here, B, I would want to have a conversation with right now, who might have anything new to discern. Yeah, so... It's Shelly. It's Shelly. We're picking a person here. It's Shelly.
Okay.
Alright, well, I'm picking Shelly.
Okay.
I see. And now... Tell this court what one piece of evidence you would like to show this person.
What do you think? What do you think the killer needs to know about?
So he tried to recover the tape. I don't know if this is a chance to watch the tape.
Would the killer even watch the tape?
What do you mean, would the killer even watch the tape?
I mean, you know, if Matt told him that the tape is important, do you think he would just sit around and watch the videotape?
No, I don't think he would.
So he has no idea what the tape is, then.
Yeah, D-Killer... Yeah, because he said because he didn't investigate the bear either. He was like, this is important, I'm bringing it. I don't know what its deal is, I don't know anything about it. I just do what you tell me to. So he hasn't watched the tape. He was probably given the instruction of... Yeah, and so this is where he would get fucked over. Is... The... Shelly DeKiller got the instruction from Matt of... Kill this guy... Go to my house, that's why I was at the house. Go to my house, get this tape, and keep this tape from falling into the hands of the police.
Yeah.
Not to watch the tape, just to keep the tape safe.
Yeah, of course.
If the killer finds out that he is carrying around evidence that shows him killing someone, that messes up the discretion, that messes up everything that he's worked so hard to do, it would make him not want to work with Matt for sure, that's for starters. It would make him want to kill Matt, and Matt would actually be much happier behind bars, where the killer can't fucking get him. Like, literally the only place that Matt would be safe is in fucking jail. It's the tape.
It's possible.
Okay, I'm showing him the tape. God, I hope I got that. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth?
Hmm. I think there is some merit in showing this evidence to that witness.
If it's not it, I made a hell of a case. I tried, okay? Listen, I was like, this is obviously Phoenix's moment, but it also was kind of mine because I have found some incredible ways over this evening to come up with, Gloop, how the fuck did you think of that? So if this is the bad ending moment, I kind of wanted to nail it. I'm really, really, really hopeful I did.
It would be very, very funny if after that massive brain blast, you were just completely barking up the wrong tree again.
I really would.
It would be quite amazing. I mean, admittedly, you have had some real brain blasts that made no fucking sense tonight.
Well, they made sense to me. They didn't make sense to anyone else.
I don't think that counts. I don't think that counts as anything, Gloop.
All right, that's the final ad snooze, so this better be the fucking reveal so the commercial can run. Bailiff, please bring in the transceiver from earlier. All right, looks like I managed to convince him. Maya, she's okay, right?
Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial?
Oh, yeah, Matt stole the button from the killer's uniform in order to plant it and frame him. Yeah, it's definitely it's coming down to the button later. But I'm sure the button's gonna come up later. But like, this is the piece worth talking about.
Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence.
Yes, one is all I need. I have here a videotape. It was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back.
That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape.
I thought so.
I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard.
Do you know the contents of this tape?
I was sternly told by my client to not watch it. So I have absolutely no idea.
Actually, you are on this tape.
Me?
There was a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Oh yeah, people who are coming in late don't know this one. Your actions were being recorded.
What?
Is this true, Mr. Wright? Judge, come on, dude.
This is actually not really come up in court yet. Not in full, anyways.
Has it really not? Wow, I thought we touched the camera bunch.
The fact that that Matt was spying on one has come up. I don't think the actual bear that was in the hotel room that night has come up in court. It was all investigation. Yeah.
That's funny.
Yep.
Who was it that planted a camera?
Well, the only person who could have planted a camera at the scene of the crime would be your client, naturally. That was Adrian and Judge! Fucking Christ alive, dude.
Be quiet and listen, Your Honor.
Thank you, Edgeworth. Jesus, dude. I would have lost most of my life bar for that one. Yes, sir. Your client specified a place and time for you, isn't that right?
Yes.
That was so they could film you.
I had no idea. I had no idea. Mr. Wright. Why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why.
Love Phoenix giving him a second there to get revved up about it.
Alright, you didn't really... This is the part you didn't really fully answer, right, Gloop?
Yep. Why did Matt on guard film the crime scene? The reason why he did that is my ticket out of this whole mess.
Because you can still get the bad ending if you answer this wrong.
Yep, just in case, we're gonna get it. There's only one reason why your client would secretly film the crime scene.
Why do you think he filmed it?
Did he say he wanted blackmail? I'm trying to think back on that conversation that we had with
Remember what
him.
Matt said.
I'm fucking trying, girl.
Remember what Matt said.
Didn't he know? Okay, so actually, if I do think about this, I feel like he said that he liked having dirt on everybody. Didn't we have a whole conversation when he first slicked his hair back? Didn't he say he liked having dirt on everybody?
Who could say?
I really feel like he said it wasn't just the lack of the trust of the skills. I really think he did say that he liked having dirt on everybody, that that's just how he operates.
Who could say?
Cross your fingers, kids. Your client once told me something very interesting. We were talking about you, and this is what they said.
But I'm no weakling. I don't believe in anyone. Least of all assassins. Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail.
This guy thinks he is. Oh, you're dead.
Yeah, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want.
Tell you what, and the ad finally hit. We're going to delay for just a few more
Oh, I'm
seconds so everybody can see it.
sorry.
It's okay.
Okay.
I tried so hard to kick that can down the road. 3, 2, 1, and kabloom. Okay, welcome back for commercial. I hung on the screen for a second just so that way hopefully everybody got to see. Firemtn, can you do me a big favor and deliver this line one more time?
With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. I'm jumping out of my seat with excitement that we're gonna get him. What do you have to say to that, Shelly the Killer? Happy Pride Month, by the way! It's been Pride Month for exactly 10 minutes!
Hooray! I think my computer's clock is like 3 minutes slow. Because it says it's just 12:07. That's fine. Happy Pride Month! This radio is leaking goo!
Every Pride Month, the radio leaks goo. Oh, it's my birthday month, yay.
It is!
Yeah.
Congratulations!
Ooh, this radio's mad!
It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning.
God, I wish my radio was leaking goo. Kev, I understand. It's just usually I'm alone in that stance. What's going on there? Yes, by a natural. That is the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. You want to share? Well, I'm glad you share.
Never mind, I've been made small for my accusatory story, Kev. Leak your radios all you want. Good Firemtn face! I forgot that one's in there and I love it so much.
It's good. I like that email.
You did a good job.
Thank you.
That is the true nature of your client.
I have one question for the witness.
More of a statement. LOL. Lamau even. With Phoenix doing the point and then she shrank, it's like he cast a spell of Tiny.
Yes. You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all. Yes, that's right. But what if that traitor was your own client?
I mean, he talked about that as well.
What would you do then?
Edgeworth is right now. Edgeworth is thinking to himself like, "I'm so getting a man killed, and it feels great."
I'm making this so dramatic right now. This is everything I've ever wanted.
I would write a strongly worded letter.
I would write a strongly worded letter to the editor. That is obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then... that client would become my next target. For the honor of the Killer name, even if it takes an eternity, I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment.
It is very, very funny that when you come to the end of all of it, the killer is actually, in a fucked up way, just a more morally upstanding person than Matt. Except for all the killing.
He has a code.
Yeah.
He has a code.
It is very, very funny that it's like, and this isn't a new plot line. This has happened to things. You really do respect somebody more where it's like, you know what? Murder is terrible. But being an inconsistent asshole, that's unforgivable.
Uh-huh. That transition was the amount of blood that will fly out of my client. I see. Quite gruesome.
I'm using my powerful brain to imagine it in 1080p.
I can imagine anything, as I have previously stated. That's all I wanted to know.
The killer may be an assassin, he's a glorious bastard, it seems. So the traitor becomes the killer's next target. So we are basically going to end up getting both of what we wanted here. The contract is broken and Matt's about to say, put me in a buried fucking steel box. Keep that guy away from me.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you for the follow. This is how we'll turn this case around.
I mean, I think you already did it, Phoenix.
Yeah, we're done. Like, we did it, dude.
Mr. Wright.
Yes.
My contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you, your precious item. What the item?
My, I thought I'd never see you again, and the first thing you do is complain. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, thank God. Oh.
I will be dropping her off at the nearest McDonald's with a 50.
Mr. D. Killer, you know, the 50 doesn't go as far as it usually does. Do you have like an extra 20? Okay, I won't push my luck. This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. Because he ran. Because D. Killer is very, very good at escaping the cops. Yeah, he shot 3 cops and bounced. They don't know where he is. Like, he...
Yeah, they don't know where he is now. He dropped a radio off somewhere.
However, I am sort of... I don't quite know what just happened there with the client and the witness. Ah! Miss Von Karma! Where did that...
She always has you in her sights. Now, I do believe it's time to finally hand down a verdict.
Oh, love that we finally get to use this sprite. Mr. On Guard. It looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You will finally receive the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy.
But before that, I would like to make one final statement.
I do believe this is a final statement. However, if there's one thing that has lost all meaning at this point, it's the term final statement and final decision.
Yeah, that's true. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. I would like to make one final Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does.
Cork and handkerchief! Someone needs to go to jail! My neighbors must love me.
I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watch this video. Help me! Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please.
Yawn! I love Heckler. Heckler is the breakout star of the show.
God.
Is this alright with you, Mr. Wright?
We have finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he is convicted or acquitted, there is no escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Plead whichever way your heart tells you.
Right, Chief.
Yeah? You're thinking about it? What do you let us know your thoughts, Gloop.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. They're gonna go along with, like... Oh yeah, the promise to Maya was a guilty verdict for this bastard. That being
True.
said, I think at the time Maya didn't know that we could get him killed, so. That being said, as much as
It's up to you, Gloop.
as much as I think it's funny that he gets killed by D-Killer, as somebody whose job is justice here, I can't really do a vigilante thing ethically. Let's send him to prison. Matt, on guard. See, the thing is, both of those were devils. It's great. It's like, boy, you're fucked no matter what, and you deserve this. Even though I'm a lawyer, I cannot make a crime disappear. Also, actually, we looked like a horse's ass in front of the riffraff up in the stand, so...
Yeah.
So all these bitches don't run to the paper and be like, yeah, no, he's fucking guilty of sin.
Yeah.
I think a guilty verdict is appropriate here.
My wonderful self? Guilty?
Oh, yeah, that's the thing is D-Killer is absolutely gonna go Agent 47 Hitman and dress up as a guard and ice
He
this boy
is,
somehow.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Even if you got an acquittal, the instant you set foot outside of the detention center, your life would be in danger. No matter which way you look at it. You can't run away from your crime anymore.
Guilty!
The scars were self-inflicted? Fucking hell, dude. As always! Holy shit, that guy just scratched himself! It looks like we've uncovered the real truth!
So true, Grudra.
Hey, that was actually really cool. I'm actually glad I was here for this case for that one. Sorry I said boo so many times.
I respect you both immensely. I understand that the justice system requires a prosecutor and a defendant and a defense force. Fuck cops, though.
I don't remember you helping much out in this. God, I feel like a nice blonde woman just said exactly that seconds ago. Oh wait, who said we? Oh, Misha said it. I think a nice pink woman said that seconds ago. I forgot which girl in the chat said it.
Wow, you couldn't tell the difference between girls? That sounds kind of misogynistic, Gloop.
Oh, god damn it, I almost made it out of here without putting my foot in my ass, and here we go.
Yeah, almost. You didn't say anything stupid the entire rest of the stream.
It's a new day. I haven't said anything stupid today.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
And until just now.
Yeah. In Pride Month, too.
In 20 minutes, you managed to say something completely stupid.
Are you kidding me? That's a record.
Yeah.
Mr. Edgeworth, how is Matt on guard?
I've left Miss Von Karma in charge of his incarceration. I'm sure she'll have a lot of fun with that.
I see, that was the sound of heels literally skipping down the hallway. Whip bouncing to and fro.
I'm sure he's getting a full course meal of whip leather right about now.
Okay, yeah, we all thought that, huh? Very good. Oh yeah, no, Von Karma's gay, but she also...
Yeah, but she loves attacking people.
She does. Let's be clear, like, the difference...
She loves causing harm to people.
The difference between Adrian and Francisca is, Adrian is a lesbian first and a hater second for good reason.
Yeah.
Francisca is a lesbian second and a hater first. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is her passion.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a close one, wasn't it, witness?
Hey, Bobino. Yeah, we're still going. We're almost at the end.
She may be gay, but she's very to violence.
I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor.
Yeah, but like,
The first time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair.
Imagine if there was a game about accusing people and murders that was themed around despair. Do you think it would work?
No.
Okay. I think if you're gonna be gay, do crime, I think framing someone for murder is at least like a fun crime. Like, you know, getting out and getting some exercise.
Uh-huh.
Wow. She must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. Phoenix! You fucking... I'm gonna kill this man.
I mean, Edgeworth went after her probably the worst.
He did. He did, yes. Phoenix was not helping.
No, Phoenix is not helping. Was it me? No, it was Edgeworth who was wrong. Yeah. Miss Witness, how should I put this? She has an illness.
Oh, yeah. He brought this up.
Yeah?
Framing someone for murder is great exercise. It's mental gymnastics. That's a good one.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I like that one a lot. I mean, well, the thing is, yeah, it's his job as a prosecutor, but, like, as a defense attorney, like, Phoenix does it too. Like, Phoenix absolutely, like, I mean, he also constantly goes after people all the time anyway. It's just, he goes after people other than the defendant.
Yeah. If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me.
Oh, yeah, you did say that, you horse's ass.
Yeah, it was... It's kind of fucked up. But after that, when I was alone at the detention center, that's the first time I really saw myself for who I am.
Miss Andrews, happy Pride Month.
Yeah?
The judge has misread the situation. He's not wrong, but not where we're going.
You're right, yeah. And today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convict Matt, I felt like it finally... Oh, sorry, you didn't go forward yet. I still have the transcript on the side.
You were following the transcript? You're
I
hilarious.
was, yeah. I felt like I'd finally been saved.
Oh, this is the first time we've seen this genuine smile spread out of her.
Hey, that's what you said!
Yeah! Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen her smile.
I am really happy that you two were in charge of this case, in spite of all of the horrible things you put me through. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment.
I also think, based on everything that just happened, Adrian probably also figured out, like, holy shit, that guy had a hostage, like...
Yeah, no, I think she realized, yes.
Yeah.
This is the first time I've ever felt comfortable with myself, with who I am.
Boy, it is impossible to not read this as lesbian.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Is this the first time that we've seen a guilty Does the game even, like, support a guilty graphic?
Oh yes, no. If you get a game over by losing all of your health in court, there's an entire animation for that.
Oh, okay. I guess we've just never seen it. Looks like we have resolved everything at last. As for myself, there are still a few things I'm confused about, but I'm the judge. Everyone seems to be in good spirits, and that's good enough for me. I have been up here all fucking day. That is all. This court is adjourned.
I feel we mentioned, I think at the end of the last case you mentioned this particular track as maybe not feeling 100% like it fit that case, right?
It fits this case.
Because everything was still so sad. I really feel like this track was written for this case. You know?
I think so too. I think so too.
Yeah, because like that moment where it starts playing when Adrian smiles is so good.
Yeah, it fits that
love
perfect. It fits
Yeah.
that moment perfect.
Yeah. You were great out there, Phoenix. I know I got a little mad at you, but you did really, really good.
I mean, it's fine. It's fine. You know, you thought your sister was gonna die. We saved her, but it was dicey. It was dicey. What I did out there was right, wasn't it?
This is the first time you've not gotten your client off.
Mia,
You don't need to snicker about that sentence.
Just Mia phrasing. I know. What I said,
I'm
Phoenix.
well aware.
I
You
know
don't
what I said,
need to
Phoenix.
right now. You got them a guilty verdict this time. But you have to look past all that to what's really important. You now realize that there is something more than just getting a not guilty, right?
Yes, I understand now. Use the Magatama to ask them a zillion questions, including the gotcha ones. Did you hire an assassin to kill this person? Did you kill this person perhaps through negligence that they died? Did you rig a Rube Goldberg machine to fire the gun?
These are all important questions, yes.
Yes, I understand now.
Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moments before Ms. Von Karma arrived with the final piece of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make.
Oh yeah, that is what happened here.
Yeah. You got asked.
Let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter.
What did it really mean to you?
Can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to follow my heart. We sided with justice here, did we not?
You did. Is he guilty, or is he not guilty? Those were your choices then, and your answer. Your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you.
Does that change? I guess.
No,
this- yeah.
it's written specifically so that it's just so that you can reflect on it yourself. Right.
Edgeworth, why are you mad? Why are you mad at me, man?
I have good news.
Oh, that's just your face. Okay, great.
I
What's
just
the-
look like this, right? I've been through so much trauma, I can't smile very easily. Maya is now safe in police custody.
Not even a little bit of smile about this? Really? Right, Pearl exists. The Pearls, you're telling us the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, she's quite safe. Weren't you taller a second ago? She is on her way here as we speak in a patrol car. Wait, she's on her way here as we speak in a patrol car. That's the right way to say that sentence. Sorry.
Did you say as a patrol car?
She's on her way here as we speak in a patrol car.
Listen, Edgeworth just saw somebody switch from being like 5'9" to 2'6".
Yeah.
He was. I like to imagine like all this is happening.
I'm sorry. I'm very stressed out from this case. I almost thought we were in the patrol car for a moment. We are speaking in a patrol car right now, Phoenix.
Oh, Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya's safe! You did it! You really did it, Mr. Nick! Ugh, she punches deceptively hard for a kid.
Unnecessary feelings is game 1, Golden Hawk.
I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nickel Saver, Mr. Nickel Saver. I probably didn't have to be there for a lot of it, but it's okay! Thanks. Oh. What's wrong? Miss Von Karma.
That is right. I had to sit down for a second, but I am back. And we need to speak about some things, Mr. Phoenix Wright and Mr. Miles Edgeworth.
About earlier. Thanks. Ow!
Are you still smiling, Mr. Phoenix Wright? You lost! Your perfect win record has now been crushed!
Oh yeah, I literally forgot about that.
You are still happy?
Jeez, this is... Von Karma, can you go through the plot of How the Grinch Stole Christmas on your own fucking time here?
She doesn't know what was going on the last 2 days. She was in a hospital.
I don't think you'll ever understand, Miss Von Karma.
That's so mean to her. How dare you? How dare you? Yes! Don't worry. She may in time. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago. She's 18.
5. Okay, we still got like 4 or 5 more years of this, huh? Alright.
She's working through a lot of stuff. We can talk about Francisco later. I'm sorry. We got a scene to get through now.
Edgeworth.
For my own personal victories, and for guilty verdicts. I used every dirty trick in the book, and so my win record remains spotless.
I like that this song comes back. I like this song.
Yeah, it's the sad Edgeworth song from the first game. It's the DL6 theme. But a man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me.
Happy Pride Month.
I fought him in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. And I made a very silly face while I did so. I felt like I had lost everything because of that. And then... it was my turn to sit in the defendant's chair.
I think I want to have Edgeworth in this outdoor costume of his, but holding the whip.
Oh, interesting.
That would be the most Castlevania look out of him.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, so Jessica, technically we lost because we are the defense attorney. Our job is to defend somebody and find out that they are not guilty. But the lesson of the whole game is that winning matters less
winning
than
isn't
justice.
everything.
Yeah, literally, winning isn't everything. Like,
I was saved by that person I called my enemy. I couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened, so I left the prosecutor's office.
I did do one little case in between.
There was one case. If you want to count that, Burn, we don't need to cover it right now. It's fine.
Jessica, you saw Matt. That man wasn't gonna pay me. He took a hostage.
the guy was pure evil, is the thing.
Yeah, let's be honest. That check probably would have bounced.
And I left that note. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death.
Sorry, didn't mean to go so fast.
As well you should have. A prosecutor who has shamed himself with defeat should crawl into a hole and die.
Is that how you feel, homegirl? Because we kicked your butt a few times.
I'm quietly nodding right now.
Yeah.
But that was not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. And it was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change. That foolish nonsense! We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant. Every time we did so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith.
I have no compliments
The
about
way
his
that-
intelligence.
The way that Edgeworth just refers to Phoenix as that man here feels so fucking, like, reverent.
It really does.
It's so funny. And then, before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well. What? You trusted your enemy? It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses. The truth will always find a way to make itself known.
So cold damage, we were talking about that, earlier on, and we were going through the cases one by one. We think several of them he wouldn't have gotten paid. Certainly the first time that he worked with Mr. Powers for Turnabout Samurai.
Probably paid.
Yeah.
He is a TV star, even if he's underpaid. He does still, yeah.
Yeah. And the other theory that we've had cooking for a while is in between traumatic, heart-wrenching, drawn-out, beautiful court cases.
Yeah, my personal theory is that, like, the cases... Phoenix takes more cases than we see in the game. They're just not interesting. You know? Like,
Yeah.
he's just doing, like, regular lawyer stuff, not, like, murder stuff, probably.
Yeah. Or he does the other thing a lot of lawyers do, where it's like, I'm not in court, my job is for your business to have me on call, so that way I can be like, hey, don't do that, you'll end up in court.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's less expensive.
Yeah, we only get to see the interesting stuff. That's my personal opinion. The only thing we can do is fight with the knowledge we hold and everything we have. Erasing the paradoxes one by one. It's never easy. We claw and scratch for every inch.
Pearl is just down there as he's talking, nodding like... most of it's bouncing off, but
She really thinks she's learning and understands, though.
Well, I mean, she could do worse for role models.
Yeah. But we will always eventually reach that one single truth. This I promise you. Oh, yeah, there she is! That's exactly what she's doing. She's just nodding and going, yes, I understand.
The truth. I should scratch and claw for the truth more. Got it.
Yes, that is the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. But I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, Wright?
I didn't, whoops.
That's why you couldn't forgive me. This man who went into hiding. Isn't that right?
It's kind of dramatic.
This man who only had his sights set on victory. Who ran away into the night.
Ah! Is Mr. Edgeworth right, Mr. Nick? Do you hate his guts? You really let me down. When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in the things you said to me. Oh yeah, that's right. Remember, they were kids together.
He was a little baby, and he
All those
helped
years ago.
him.
I mean, part of the reason that Edgeworth started to suck in the first place was Papa Von Karma's influence.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, and you betrayed your own words. That's why, 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that the Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least, so I told myself. And told Maya when she asked about it a bunch of times.
Yeah. You pathetic fool.
Some people have a hoagie-eating mouth, some people have a messy spaghetti kid face.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Miss Von Karma!
I don't want to hear the wretched whimpering of a disgraced loser. Von Karma is someone who is destined to be perfect.
Because she's destined to be perfect. That's why she has a law degree.
Miles Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy. You are no longer worthy of being a Von Karma.
Has he ever referred to himself as a Von Karma? I mean...
And neither am I!
Oh, okay, we're being dramatic. There we go.
It's over. It's all over!
Franziska threw something on the ground just now.
An electromagnetic receiver.
A lot of those lately. This is the one for tracking Gumshoe, the one that Gloop forgot about. Isn't that the thing she used to track Detective Gumshoe?
Jeez, I wish I'd remembered that earlier. And it all worked out anyways. I'll return this to the precinct later. There's something else.
Ah! Isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip?
I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this action. You should keep this, right?
That way when you have the scary dream about the giant judge, you're all set.
Uh-huh!
Okay.
Nick!
Hey, here she is! Maya! And here comes the theme song. Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! Are we gonna get a special hug graphic? Yeah, we are. There we go. This is what we wanted, folks!
Group hug!
They're all a family again.
Oh, Nick! I knew you would come through! You got in guard convicted like I knew you would! And on top of that, you even rescued me!
Well, of course I did. You know I'd never desert you. Ugh, we sure pressed our luck this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here.
Whatever, whatever! Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost through Pearly.
I was legit worried they might do that. Is it really that easy to do something like that? Also,
It probably is, especially if you are a spirit medium who knows how ghost stuff works.
I understand that, but I do at a certain point, like, does channeling, like, have any, like, you know, like, physical consequences? Because if this poor kiddo is, like, a high mileage channeler and, like, has had people hopping in and out of her by the time she's 10 years old, like,
It's probably kind of fucked up. Yeah, we don't need to think about it too hard, though.
Yeah. What's up? Hello!
Raiders! Wow! Hi!
Daisy Raid, are you raiding in the name of Hi, I'm Daisy? We're at the end of the game, by the way. What's up with y'all?
Thanks a lot, Nick.
Just don't mention it.
Maya. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth! When did you get back in town? I thought you were dead! I'm relieved you're alright.
I'm relieved you're alive.
Hey, looks like you made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth.
Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago.
Your adopted brother Phoenix and I are getting married.
Very true.
Oh, right, you haven't eaten.
Alright! I think it's time we got out of this depressing place.
You know where we're going, Phoenix! You know where we're going! Huh? Where are we going?
Food, Nick! Food! Crowd! Chow! I'm starved! I am so hungry, even you look like a nice juicy burger on a bun to me, Nick!
You think I look like a burger? I am prime rib, at least! With this, Mr. Edgeworth, please! Sorry, I'm a little...
Gloop?
Sorry, it's just I'm Pearl, and because I'm a child, I don't cover my mouth or turn away when I cough. It's
I
in
see,
character,
okay, I
you see.
understand. If you insist.
We're having a sippin'.
Yeah,
Alright!
that's it.
So how about we hit up our usual burger joint?
Don't be silly, Nick.
Huh?
This case messed up that awesome evening, got in the way of my gourmet food. So I decided we have to make it up by having another feast.
On whose credit card? Another feast? When are we gonna... Edgeworth, can I get my phone back? I just realized you still have my damn phone.
Yes, that's true, probably.
Edgeworth, give me... Maya,
Come
get my
on,
phone
Nick,
back from Edgeworth.
food! You know, this doesn't make any sense that they could just go to the hotel that's still, like, processing as a crime scene to have dinner, but it's fine. It's good that they went to a fancy place. Hey, pal! Sorry to keep you guys waiting!
I don't recognize you! You look too different! Gumshoe! Are you alright?
Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I'd hit a telephone pole of all things.
It seems like a pretty common car accident, actually. A telephone pole? Well, then it wasn't a red light that got him.
You did it again, city boy! Did you forget about me? I'm
Why are
still
you
here!
still here? Why are you still here? If I see old bag, I am going to delete Windows right now.
I felt like my dear old heart was gonna give out on me, and I ain't joking.
Yeah, it was more exciting than the very last episode of The Steel Samurai. I was so good in that one, by the way. Thanks.
He was really good in that one, Nick.
He was, Phoenix.
Now looky here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor. Don't you reckon you bullied Mr. Wright too hard?
Oh, Lana's sticking up for us. This rules.
If you don't start being a lot nicer to him, he just might kick it. Tonight, even.
I'll keep that in mind.
Well, come on now. Everyone gather around.
Are we gonna get a big shot of everybody eating together?
Y'all are gonna get your picture taken by a genuine professional photographer.
Looks like Lana bought herself a new camera.
Yeah, this one was $58 billion.
Well, pal, at least you can put this messy case behind us now.
Yeah, there's no way that the events of this game will come back to haunt us in the next one.
And tonight's all about eating, so let's chow down, pal.
Amen to that, pal. Amen.
You know, when you think about it, you were the one who saved the day, Detective.
Huh? Me? You really think so? He's right. If it wasn't for the 3 items you took, well, more specifically, one of the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have had a very different ending.
So the missing button was a complete red herring. That's funny. That
Yeah,
you
the
did that to
missing
me.
button was just to fuck you up. It was just to make you start thinking about something that didn't matter.
So I hate to undermine this because I loved every second of it.
Now, how dare you?
Well, actually, no, I take it back. That wouldn't have undermined it.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, we could have, in theory, had the stuff not come in the door. In theory, we could have told the killer about the camera in the room because we had proof of
I
the
was
camera.
thinking about that too.
Yeah,
that's
we
the
wouldn't-
one thing, and I think the real thing is that like it is, you can't necessarily prove that the blackmail exists
Yeah,
without the tape itself, right?
yeah, it's not, you need the tape, yeah, so that's fair.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's huh? Wait. That's sad. When I ran off with the thing from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir.
What the fuck now?
What?
Or...
Yeah, I'm sure I put one of the items in my coat pocket.
there was a 4th item?
Oh, come on, y'all, it's over. Clearly, this 4th item doesn't matter at all. Oh boy, I tell you, you really are something else. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped, never a dull moment with you, huh? You think?
Why does she look so happy about that? But being shut away for 2 whole days... weren't you scared?
Yeah, it's really scary. I felt so hopeless. So to keep my mind off of things, I drew a picture. Sounds like you had a rough gal. So where's this picture of yours?
Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Miss Maya's picture.
You know, I don't know where it went.
Aww, that's too bad.
Well, it's alright. It wasn't anything important anyway.
Sure is nice to finally see them both smiling again. That's the tracker.
Yeah.
What is it, Edgeworth?
This thing is picking something up. That's Miss Von Karmer's receiver. Thanks to her, I had the most awful experience of my life, sir.
Can you narrow it down?
I can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me. Yeah, but that was like helpful in the end.
It
So
was.
actually, it was completely morally right of her to do that.
Yep!
That's
Von Karma hasn't
odd.
done anything right.
Even though you're standing right here,
It's in the coat!
the tracking device seems to be in a different location. Oh, it's probably busted or something, sure. Well, it doesn't matter. Well, I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself.
I assume we were actually eating this whole time.
Yeah, everybody's eating. Fine. I still have some work to do. Huh? But, Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't even eaten anything yet.
Never mind.
Okay, whatever.
And you've eaten way too much. Fuck you, Phoenix.
She was being
kidnapped.
starved for multiple days. She was kidnapped. Shut up, Phoenix.
I'm gonna
Enemy of
fucking
women.
wring your goddamn neck. Oh, you know what? That's it. Delete the save file. We're getting the bad ending just so he
I'm
suffers.
killing him. I had fun tonight. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Wait.
What?
I just want to say thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there.
Well, if anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, right?
Feel like words alone aren't enough here. I'm going in for the kiss.
This is an insane prompt.
What do I give him?
Think about what is prompting him to leave. Consider what is prompting him to leave right now.
He says he has to go and work.
He didn't say he was working. He was just saying he had to go. And it was after the transceiver went off.
It's related to Francisca.
Do we have evidence related to her that
We
you're
have the
looking at
whip.
right now?
Yeah, we have the whip.
Yeah.
This is an insane fucking prompt.
It's an insane prompt. What's this?
Thank you. It's all thanks to you too. You and her.
You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job.
It looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. That is an insane prompt, but okay, whatever.
It is an insane prompt, it's true.
Hey, Miss Nick Maya?
Huh? Yeah, Pearly?
Oh, I guess you two can go back to being lovey-dovey, right? Pearl! Girlfriend! You and Mr. Nick, I mean.
Pearly? Would you cut it out already? You are embarrassing me.
Anyway. Who's paying for this lovely dinner party?
As if you need to ask. Everyone say thank you to Nick.
What?
Yeah, I'm kinda at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. So I kinda already put your name on the bill.
What?
Yeah, I got me a situation just like that myself.
You're all broke bitches.
There's camera shop in the hotel, see? And I just bought myself this good old beauty here. It better be anyhow for like $3 trillion.
What? No, he's broke. He makes like jack shit on a children's show right now.
Actually, I reckon you bought it for me since it's on your tab and all.
Why do I have a tab at the hotel? Isn't this great, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, Nick! Everybody's so happy and you get to help everybody!
Why do I suddenly feel like screaming?
Oh, you don't need to hold back now, you hear?
Yeah, pal, time to let it all out! We love hearing you scream!
This is the first time I hear the real you.
Go on, it's been a while since I heard you say it. I've been busy being a hostage and all.
Alright then, if you say so.
You did it, Gloop!
That's the right way for that to end. That's the right way for that to end. We did it!
Hooray!
Easily one of the most stellar cases of the series.
You really came through for me, Nick. I had to hide that letter, but I knew you'd find it. I really feel like I've been living on the edge lately. I mean, I've escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? I feel like a pro. We can wait for the... for all of the, like, credits check-ins with everybody to end, I guess.
Yeah, we'll stick around for it.
Yeah, and you should stick around for after the credits.
I am. Speaking of which, sorry to be reading, I think the hotel's a popular place for honeymooners. So I sort of made reservations for the two of you, like, just in case?
Oh, Pearl.
Pearl.
She's been so poisoned by the idea of heterosexuality.
Well, pal, looks like I'm back on the force again, unfortunately. Mr. Edgeworth had a long talk with the chief and he got me reinstated. I heard things like letting him that one go is bad for all of society. I knew it! Crashing headlong to everything is the only way to live, pal.
See, the thing is, Mia actually made the reservation. Pearl told her,
But she would never do this!
Hey, remember Maggie? She knew they could cancel it. I, Maggie Bird, am retiring this uniform today, and I'm going to become a waitress from now on, and bring smiles and joy to the people who come by the restaurant, sir. Isn't this great that I'm not a cop anymore?
Yeah!
One less cup!
One less cup! One less cup!
Golden Hawk, a huge part of that case was that her name is not spelled that way.
I don't want to do this guy's voice.
We don't have to do this.
I don't want to do this guy's voice.
We don't have
I
to
have
do this
fried myself doing this bit. The constant itching is a funny bit out of him.
Is...
It's a net neutral amount of cops because Gumshoe's a cop again. I guess.
suppose that's true. It's time to begin our quest of world circus domination, sweetie. And to let the world know we are serious, I plan to make a flight to Zimbabwe.
Hey, Max, would you... Oh, crap, I missed it.
What do you think
there are
Zimbabwe's like?
castles that are made of cake and bunnies who can talk?
I think if there are any talking bunnies, even they won't laugh at Mo's jokes.
Don't show me Mo. Don't show me Mo. Don't show me Mo. Don't show me Mo.
I cannot show you, Mo. You know this.
I'm ready! I'm ready! There's no way these jokes are gonna fall on deaf ears! I'm gonna be more contemporary with my humor. Miracles represent... Oh, God. I'm having a good evening. I'm not doing you either.
It's fine.
I'm not doing you either. I'm rejecting this.
It's fine. He's gone. The puppet, you'll never see the puppet again.
That's the happiest sentence I've heard all night. What's this? It's just an ordinary electric razor recharging on a stand. I can't believe this. Really? How long do they plan on making me do this?
She's been doing this
but
for
it's
days.
Edgy Poo's idea, so it means it must have a deep hidden meaning. But why do I get the feeling they wouldn't forget about me, would they? I was never like this in the old days. Everyone thought the world of me. They used to call me Queen Wendy. The secretary.
Wonderful. Special thanks to Kumiko Suikane! I appreciate everything you and Mr. Edward did for me, for the bottom of my heart. Oh, that's right. I received a letter from Miss Von Karma. She said that after I get out, I should feel free to consult her about anything at all. I'm really thankful to have met everyone.
Wow!
Yeah?
Wow!
Yeah?
Wow! Happy Pride Month!
Happy Pride, everyone! It has become difficult for me in this country as of late. As such, I will take a short leave of absence. If you'd like to request my services, please be sure to visit my homepage. May we both be blessed with longevity. Speaking of cases that we don't see that maybe Phoenix does in the background, I've always liked to imagine that Phoenix was Adrian's defense attorney for the obstruction of justice charges.
I would think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Just to make it up to her for everything they put her through. Where are you going, Francisca? How did you know I was here? With this. That's... I heard you were planting things on a certain person. Things like tracking devices in his coat, for example. Huh. That's just like you.
I mean, Phoenix is a criminal attorney, but I'm pretty sure obstruction of justice like Adrian did is a crime.
It's a crime.
Yeah.
Yeah! I only planted it there because he was always wearing it. This filthy, drab coat of his. I don't know how it ended up in my luggage. But it's going in the trash, I promise you that. Oh, that's right. Speaking of that man, he told me something very interesting. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout,
Oh, we're gonna find out, yay!
I was sure I took 4 things in total, sure.
4 things? It seems he put the last one in his coat pocket. He put it in here? Huh. It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over. What are you going to do now? That's none of your business.
We don't get to find out?
Are you running away? Shut up!
Find out?
You don't understand a thing.
I'm so 19 right now, you have no idea.
You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Karma's daughter.
Oh, but I can.
Franziska. So many expectations from everyone around me. Expectations I must fulfill. I'm expected to win no matter what. And failure? Such a thing is not an option for me.
Genie, I believe it, and the thing is, like, even if you're not a lawyer who can take it, like, I bet he was like, I can't take this,
Yeah,
but I know how to get in touch with who can. Like,
Exactly,
yeah.
exactly. My father was a genius. There's no doubt about that. But me? I am no genius. I've always known that. But I had to be one. I had to.
Damn.
Remember, she passed the bar at 13. When she says she's not a genius.
Why is Edgeworth agreeing with that, considering you passed the bar at 13, ma'am?
She really hates herself a lot more than she comes off as.
Woo!
You may not be a genius like your father, but you are a prosecutor. You have been and always will be.
I think you can change that, actually.
No, I am not. Not anymore. I've even thrown my whip away. Speaking of that, Wright gave me this to hold on to. By the way, if you didn't give him the whip, instead of this happening, Edgeworth would have just stood here and thought, you were supposed to give me the whip. I'm not joking, by the way.
That's really funny.
For the longest time, I genuinely thought that, like, you just didn't see this scene if you didn't give him the whip. So eventually I was curious and I looked it up, and for whatever reason, you still see it, but this bit doesn't happen, and Edgeworth just is upset with you.
That's so fucking funny.
Yeah. Right. You knew something like this would happen, didn't you? I'm going to say this again. Oh, they're in an ad, it looks like.
Yeah, they're out of it, they're
You
out
wanna
of it.
wait?
Yep, no, they're out of it.
Oh, they're out of it? Okay.
Yep.
We prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. I hope you will think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip.
There's still stuff you should strike down with that whip, by the way.
You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone and walked on ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth, I've always hated you.
Complicated, sad story happening here.
And then, finally, my chance to take my revenge on you arrived. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat, then this girl you left behind would have risen higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge. I see. You know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw away everything I've been until today. I believe you can. Just like how Adrian Andrews did.
There's a reason to stay in the country, by the way, Francisca.
True. Adrian Andrews. You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics. Isn't that right? Today, you chased after me, after I had left you behind all these years. That's why we're standing here now, side by side.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, when you're 18, you don't know you're 18. It's really, really easy to be 18 and be like, fuck, I've wasted my entire life.
Yeah,
I
and
am
also, like, it's not just that, but also she's 18 and she spent her entire life having her father tell her what she was supposed to be, you know?
Yeah, aka the worst man ever.
Yeah. Like, Cold Damage is right about that. She definitely resents him for, you know, not having it as bad as she did in respect to not actually being his kid, right?
Yeah.
I have no intention of stopping. If you say you are going to quit your walk down the prosecutor's path, then this is where we part ways, Franziska von Karma.
There we go.
I am Franziska von Karma. Don't think I'm going to walk in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now. So you had better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth.
Wow, she really bounced?
She does leave.
Okay.
Phoenix Wright. One day, someday, I am sure we will meet again in battle. Until then, this last piece of evidence that never made it to you, I'll take good care of this fourth piece, so I can give it to you when at last we meet again.
Cute. Who doodled this?
Yeah.
Is this a Maya doodle?
Yeah, it was the drawing Maya made where she was stuck in the killer's lair.
That's fun.
Yeah.
That was the sound of me getting the achievement.
Oh, wonderful!
Whoa, Christ alive! We did it. We did it.
Yeah, we did it! You did it! I also said words during all
You
of
kicked
that.
butt.
I love Franziska's character so fucking much. I am the #1 Franziska defender ever. Like, she is such a fucking good character. And it is like, I have so many feelings about this character, and I have so many feelings about this game, Gloop. Are you okay if I talk about it for a second?
Go for it. Yeah, we have time.
Okay! This game is so much better than people give it credit for.
I loved every second of it. Well, I didn't love the clown. And the
I know.
puppet.
Like, everybody talks shit about this one because of the circus case, and it drives me fucking
Everything
insane.
else was bangers. Everything else was bangers.
Exactly. And the thing is that this game has such amazing through lines all the way through it, and every single bit of it, even the stuff that sucks, is part of it. It is so good. It has one bad case. The rest of it rules so much. Oh my god.
And even then, the case that's bad, I don't even think it was bad. It was just I didn't like the one part of it. So
Yeah.
I hated one part of one case and thought everything else was either good the rest of that case or incredible the rest of the way through.
Or at least entertaining, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's man. So the whole there are so many through lines of this game, like I said before, but like one of the big ones is of course like this whole truth thing, right?
Like, this whole game is about what it means to find the truth. And as part of that, we have, like, so many different characters all throughout the game that are all about hiding yourself, your true self. Like, it's not just Matt and Guard and Adrian Andrews, right? It's like, I mean, with fucking Eenie Miney, who is actually Mimi Miney.
Yeah, that was a big dramatic. You're a completely different person.
Morgan Fay has, like, the self that she projects as, like, the kind aunt who is standing in for the master, who, and then there is the real self that she's conniving and she wants to take over everything. The fucking circus is all part of this still, because every single person at the circus has the real self and the false self that they
because they're performers. They're performers, all
of course,
putting on a show for each other and for themselves.
Yeah,
frankly.
Like dramatically, like you can see it with like Max, where like he puts himself out as like the pompous, flamboyant asshole, but in reality he's just like a stupid country bumpkin and shit, right? Like,
yeah, it was good.
There's all of that, and like even fucking Richard Wellington in the first case is a guy who projects himself as being like a sophisticate, when in reality he's just a con man.
He's not.
Yeah, so there's the through line of like the projected self and the true self, and obviously Franziska ties into that so strongly, because like there is the projected self, like the perfect Franziska who has to be like her father, and then there is the real Franziska who doesn't believe that she is even smart at all and hates herself. Like,
and we don't even see much of that until this post-credit scene ties a bow on it, really.
Yeah,
like,
and I mean, you see like the slightest shreds of it in the cases. Whenever she loses, she will say that she is an idiot. She finally turns all of her foolish fools onto herself.
Yeah, I like what Damage just said here about there's about how the first game really brings together all those literal familial ties, and then this one is
yes.
that there's so much found family.
That
here,
that is another big theme in this game, is that where one of the central concepts is the relationship between Franziska and Miles. That her whole driving thing is that she wants revenge on her brother for leaving her behind and everything.
Yeah.
She wants revenge on Phoenix for destroying her brother at the same time. And throughout the cases that she prosecutes, the two ones that she has, it is, first one, sisters. Sister who is taking revenge for the sister who died because of this horrible man. Second case, circus case, brothers. Brother wants to take revenge for his brother who has disappeared, gone away, can no longer be reached because he is in a coma, and he is so furious at this person who is still going on with her own life.
I didn't even fucking think of that. And now here we are in case
Franziska is Acro, right? Franziska is Eenie. It is the same thing every time, right?
God damn, they're good at this.
It is so fascinating and interesting. Like, yeah, there is a very interesting mirror between like Phoenix and the Killer with the devotion to the clients. There is so much interesting stuff
and
going on.
And the Killer even like played around with it. Like,
yes,
that's so funny.
Yes, absolutely. Remember, in the circus case, I asked you to show Franziska's profile to Acro, and Acro said that Phoenix and Franziska were the same. And they are the same in this game, because Phoenix is furious because he feels betrayed by Edgeworth. He believes that all prosecutors are self-absorbed assholes who only care about their own pride, and he believes that he is the savior of the innocent, right? He believes that he's the savior. Meanwhile, Franziska hates defense attorneys, hates Phoenix for, like, killing her brother, essentially.
Yep.
And she believes that she is the upholder of justice. They both believe that they are, like, they have to win because what they are doing is right and virtuous, right? that is the kind of thing that you can trick yourself into thinking in one of these positions. And yes, Adrian seeking revenge for Celeste. All of these cases, not the first one. The first one doesn't matter as much.
Yeah, that's a tutorial.
Are all revenge stories.
Yeah, and just that thorough put of people who think that they're doing it. So many of these people think they're doing. Even Phoenix, it's like nobody is immune to doing something not all that great and thinking they're noble for it.
Yeah, and again, the families across the cases is Pearl and her mom, the Mineys, the circus is the big fucked up family that's crab bucketing each other. That's true, cold damage. You're right about that. And
they
then
are
of course
crab bucketing each other.
The final case it's not as much like a family thing, but it's about relationships still, right? And in that case, the family role is filled by like Franziska and Miles, right? At the end, even the amnesia thing ties into how the central question of this with like the who we project ourselves as, who we are inside. It's asking that of Phoenix, right? That like
literally
his memory, and the question is like, who are you really, Phoenix? Right? What does it mean to be a lawyer? Right?
And it came fucking back to that.
And
it came back
in the end.
Even the dumb fucking dream worked. It wasn't dumb. I'm saying that effectively.
It's dumb, but in a good way.
Yeah.
It's dumb in an awesome way. The other thing that I want to point out about this game is, in comparison to the first game, all of the killers are people who are abusers of power, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, like in the second case, the guy who killed Mia Red White, he's this rich businessman, right? Who has blackmail on everybody. He controls everybody, he believes. D. Vasquez controls the entire like media world, essentially, right?
We bring down
Karma is the greatest prosecutor of all time.
All we do is bring down bigwigs. Yeah,
exactly. And in this second game, instead, all of these cases are these tragic, sad situations where it makes you feel bad for the killers, you know? There's also kind of a tinge of like certain people who either are the defendant or the victim are also kind of fucked up themselves. Like they can't do it with the second case because Maya's the defendant, right? But they do it with the victim in that case, where Dr. Gray was kind of a bad guy.
Yeah, he sucks.
He was awful. He was terrible. And like you can see, like you want to sympathize with Mimi Miney. You kind of like you understand why she wanted that revenge, why she wanted to kill him. It's the same thing with Acro, where like he is just a tragic figure who was pushed too far by his emotions and stuff. And then that comes to a head in this final case where Adrian is the perfect killer, in line with the rest of the killers of this game.
She really is.
She fits that mold perfectly. And she's not the killer. And Matt is the real one, who is instead in line with the first game's killers. It is like an amazing twist of the entire rest of the game. It is so awesome. I fucking love this one so much. This game does not deserve to be considered to be the worst of the trilogy. Just because of the circus case. That's just my feelings. It's just my opinions. I hope I communicated myself at all. This is a fucking amazingly well-crafted game.
Do you know what rule I thought they wouldn't break? Do you know what rule I thought they wouldn't break?
Yeah. I think I do, but say it.
The rule I thought they weren't going to break was, I didn't know how, and in retrospect, it's stupid that I thought this because it flies in the face of everything we've learned in the course of the adventure. I thought somehow we were gonna get a not guilty verdict in that case, so that way Phoenix would always have the not guilty. I thought
Yeah,
somehow
I
we were
mean,
getting-
it was so funny to me because like from the beginning, you were like, well, it's Phoenix Wright. We always defend the client. The client's always not guilty. So you were like falling directly into the trap that this game wants of you. Is awesome.
Yeah, it ruled. It ruled. I took it hook, line, and sinker because
Yeah.
it's like, and ultimately, even better was the fact that it didn't come down to like, oh, you know, he's guilty. Oh, it comes out he's not guilty. It, you know, I mean, he's guilty. Like, you know,
He's guilty. He's
yeah,
very
he's guilty. But like, also like, the verdict we ended up getting him on is like, it wasn't that we got him on technicality. It wasn't that we got him on this. It came up to us being straight up asked, like, how do you want to plead here?
Yeah.
Where do you want to take this?
Yeah, it's awesome. It's the best case in the series. Literally, like there are fucking I am doing the math in my head right now. There are 10 or 11 if you count Wright versus Layton games in this series. It is still the best one. That is my 100% belief. This is still the best case in the series. It is incredible the way that everything in this case is handled is so fucking perfect. Adrian Andrews, I said this before, Adrian Andrews is like the single best supporting cast member in this entire series.
Yeah, and I forget if we had this discussion off camera or not, but because I said like, yeah, she literally is like, as far as like the book definition of a supporting character goes, she's incredible.
Yeah, she is. She is absolutely incredible. And again, like I really think that Franziska gets a bad rap just because she's mean and angry and has a whip and stuff. She is such like a fucking deep character with so much to pull out. Just from like, and like the whole thing is that like she doesn't let you in the whole time. So I kind of get it, but at the same time, there is so much that you can just infer from
Also,
everything about her. It's incredible.
I kind of liked her being mean on his face too.
Yeah, she is an amazing character. It's kind of hard to say this, but like, and I know that I'm biased and that I love women and I love women who are mean also, but she is maybe my favorite prosecutor in the series. She's so interesting. She's so cool and she deserves more. I like the one thing that I really wish that we could have ever gotten with Franziska is like I really wish that we could have ever gotten like more of her reflecting on her father correctly.
Yeah, and it feels like in some way they ran out of a bit of time for it. But like we're also getting like multiple layers of support character deep there.
Yeah. She this one is really good.
This one's good.
It's really good. Yeah, I mean I honestly find it hard to rank the first 3 games in any kind of order or anything, but I really like this one. I really like it. It's really good, I think. Yeah, I've played Investigations 2. I've played Investigations 2. I think Investigations 2 is alright. I have some complaints with it, as I do with all of the Takeshi Yamazaki games. But I do think that Investigations 2 does a lot good.
Yeah, and earlier I think, I think this is at the very start of the stream, but I think you said Investigations 2 is better because they figured out something to do.
They figured out something to do with Edgeworth in it, yeah. I don't really care for Investigations 1 that much. And yeah, so a couple of people are saying that the final case of the 3rd game is the best one, and I respect that as well. I just have more slight issues with that one than with this one. And I won't say anything more about that because you haven't played that 3rd game yet, Gloop.
I can't fucking wait.
I would love to play that 3rd game with you in the future. Might want a little break from this.
I think we need a little break because also like I want a break for it. Also like before we commit to the next one, I also kind of want to hype it up a little bit. Like be like, hey, look, here's a bunch of great clips from the previous one because we kicked butt at this. I can't wait to do more of it.
You know, not to like talk about this on the stream
Go for it. Whatever it is,
before
just go for it.
anything happens. If I think maybe if we got a third person, that would be kind of cool too, just for more
I think that'd be a good
voices.
idea. I think that'd be a good idea. Trade the voice. We did good, but there definitely were some points where, like, I felt like we were struggling a little bit because we did it.
Because like there were situations.
Where... I'm the guy who talks like this. I'm the guy who talks like this. Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes it can be hard when there are like 4 people in a scene that one of us voices in play.
Yeah, like any moment where we had powers and the judge, I was like,
yeah,
shit.
you know, I feel like I fucked up on this last case in particular because like I kind of like I let you take a bunch of voices at the beginning because I knew that I wanted to do Adrian and Engard.
You're fine. I kicked butt. I kicked butt.
Yeah, you were doing fine. It just it did kind of feel like at certain points you were doing a lot of the voices and you were struggling a little with like having to throw your voice so low.
Are you kidding me? It was fun.
Okay.
I wanted to do
Okay,
this.
okay,
I
that's
wanted
good,
to do
good,
this.
That's good. That's good. Okay. Yeah, I really like this one. I love Francisca. Hey,
What's up?
do you want a little tiny spoiler about the third game?
I would love one. Please tell me what's going on.
She does come back.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I figured she was gonna because this game ended with like a teaser.
Yeah. Yeah, it does end with that, doesn't it? And the third game is very interesting too. A lot of people say it's the best one. I don't know if I would say that, but it's pretty good. The third game is really weird because I feel like, other than the first game, it's the game I've heard the most people say they started with.
Fascinating.
And I'm not sure why that is, but I hear that a lot, I feel like.
That's really fascinating, especially because, like, it's the third in a very story-driven series.
Yeah, right? And I'm
They're
guessing
like books.
I'm guessing that like has to be because they heard people say that the third one was the best one or something.
Yeah,
I'm
willing to
guessing that
believe
must
it
be the
too.
case.
Like, I will say, comparing this one to the first one, like, I think the first one was great. I think the first one also was in that position of being the pioneer.
Yes. The first one is great.
Yeah,
I think
and this case that we're just talking about that we're praising.
Yeah.
This case is only able to soar so high because it has established rules to flip on its head.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And like I think like the first one definitely has the benefit of like there's no real low points in it. The main demerit against it is that like since it's the first one, it's like the simplest, I guess.
Yeah. Like I remember thinking like as soon as they introduced the Magatama in this one, and I was like, oh my god, this makes the investigation phases so much more interesting.
Yeah. I mean, admittedly, there is actually one bit. I don't know if you remember this at all. There is one bit at the end of in the fourth case of the first game that basically is like it's kind of like they were thinking about the Magatama before it was actually there.
No, what did they do? I don't remember.
There's a bit where you're interrogating Larry about what happened that caused like people to believe that there was a monster in the lake. And you have to like show him evidence while you're talking to him outside of court and stuff. It works
That's so
similarly.
Funny. That's so funny. Oh my
Anyways,
god, that's funny.
Wonderful game. I'm very sorry about the puppet. The puppet is
I will get over the puppet.
That puppet is the lowest part of this game.
Well, the nice part is that you can just extract him and the whole plot still works.
Yeah. If only they had done that, but oh well.
Oh well. Okay, this
I hope you
rules.
had a good time with it. I hope
I had an
everybody
amazing
had a
time
good
with
time
it.
with it.
I am also like starving and there's a cat chewing on my arm, but this is
Yeah,
fucking incredible.
you should eat something. I should also eat something.
Oh
the
my
cat
God.
should get pets, etc.
She should. So I'm gonna set up a raid right now, y'all. I will be back on Sunday. We're gonna be doing a cooking stream. Very, very, very excited.
Hey,
What's going on in your world, Fire? What's coming up for you?
I'm not streaming anything until Tuesday.
Fucked
and
up!
I don't know what I'm gonna necessarily do on Tuesday. You know, actually, honestly, I've been thinking about just playing some like random old Sega games.
I think that's
so
a good
maybe I'll
idea.
just do that.
Yeah, and for those of you who missed it, she's been on Twitch like what is it, 6 nights in a row?
Yeah.
Yeah, girl, sit
and
down.
like half of those